You know, I forgot to start recording the screen because Flash wasn't going to be here today, so I just started it now, about 20 minutes late, but should be all right. Haven't missed too much. Just got stopped out of Uber and added a tiny piece to SMR, which I already had yesterday. And did somebody say they shorted Geo? I thought I saw somebody mention that they shorted Geo. Very nice. Yeah, I know somebody shorted it yesterday. Perfect, my opinion. SMR staying heavy. He goes, I'm Geo. Everybody's spelling, I'm Geo. Hey, it looks like a bear flag. God forbid this market starts to show some distribution. This thing already looks weak. Yeah, PDYN and RR. Yeah, these robotics names are interesting. Yeah, PDYN, nice move. RR not quite moving with it. I won't chase AppLovin today. If AppLovin shows relative strength, I think that's good, but I don't trade relative strength on a market down day. I just track it. I trade relative strength when the market's turning up. Eat still going. Well, I wouldn't consider today a down day per se, even though we are red on the Qs, or we're effectively flat. But we're back through yesterday's highs, really, should I say? But there's no real momentum to the upside. Yeah, Shake Shack's also working really nicely too, man. Yeah, Shake Shack's such a beast. Such a short pause, but they're working. And Eat's working too. If you were to consider Eat, just size it down. Size it down. The day to have bought it was last Friday. I'm. It depends the stop, right? If a stop still is like 3%, um, to low of day, I'm still comfortable taking a 10% size position. Apps is a nice one too for a small account, my opinion. Nice little bull flag here. Super nice tight day yesterday. Thought I'd throw that out there for you guys. For anybody who likes these little small account edge names. Oh, they have ER next Tuesday? Cool. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, looks pretty good, in my opinion. A little on the liquid side for me, so I can't trade it. LTH, no follow through? Well, the level on LTH, I thought I mentioned, was 28.22, if I'm not mistaken. I did. 28.22. You guys got to remember, don't anticipate something to break a range. Let it break the range. J2. Never anticipate a range break. Let it do it. I'll keep apps on the watch list for somebody down the road. I don't know if it's going to be an HVC. We got to let the day close. That's a good question, but I don't think we know the answer yet. Yeah, DRI is also a food stock too. A restaurant name. So if DRI is going, Shack will be going, Eat will be going. Man, Shack, so annoying. Should have just taken that one the other day. That's all right. There will be more. Yeah, this thing's plenty liquid too, but boy, it trades so thin. Like intraday. Bitcoin coming down. Yeah, MSTR's got a date with the 50 simple. That is for sure. Yeah, same deal on Palantir. Has to get through 127, 128 to even be something to consider. Boeing with a nice little high type flag too. Crazy. Thought I'd never say that in my life. Yeah, Joby got through that HVC level. There's a lot of stocks moving out here, despite the market. A lot going on out here. Yeah, Archer's not nearly as good as Joby at the moment. With Boeing, they just had to get rid of a few whistleblowers. This is how you know you could have full ported the company. You know, they're willing to do anything to keep the business going. I mean, if that doesn't show you commitment to shareholder value, I don't know what does. I don't know what would. They said, "Oh, you want to whistleblow against us?" Sorry, guys. I don't mean to make jokes like that because I don't know who disappeared, but I'm assuming a few people disappeared. Don't like making light of that situation, but well, Dash, if there's a spot to bounce, buddy, you're at it. That would be nice. You know, these little flags on these gold names are starting to look even better. You know, a little bit more sideways wouldn't even be all that bad. RGC? No way. No way. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yo, Cam. 564? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is this? Oh my goodness. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Even this move, like this 1,000% move in a week, like what the hell? Oh my goodness, man, they are still going at these crypto names, huh? CoreWeave coming down a little bit. There we go. Tesla coming back. I'm starting to feel less bad about my trims yesterday. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Google pulling back, Nvidia pulling back, Microsoft pulling back. They're hitting Palantir, they're hitting MicroStrategy, they're hitting Uber. Hide your kids, hide your wife. They're hitting everybody out here. Futu showing some strength. Yeah, Futu's hanging in there. Nice little flag too. Had this nice little pivot going 100, 14.5 bucks or something like that. They're crushing crude oil right now too. Holy shit. Yeah, babe. Give me a second. Yes, my love. Oh, no, I'm gonna. Yeah, feeling less. Yeah, man, it's a thing of beauty when you trail the moving averages, but it's a less stressful morning knowing that I trimmed Tesla and I don't feel so bad about my trims. Very nice, sir. Yeah, it's good. It was a good day to make sure you have a few names on short watch list today. Mandatory. And if you get rewarded for them, then you can go ahead and maybe tomorrow look for a couple more. Nat gas isn't even acting all that well. Nat Gas isn't acting all that well, and EQT is still building a flag here. But are you asking me a question, Varun? I'm not exactly sure. EQT near all-time high. I'm not sure if you're asking me a question about that EQT or any thoughts, comments, concerns. Yeah, there's definitely some relative strength going on compared to Nat Gas. That's for sure. TMDX got some nice relative strength. Netflix, a little bit of weakness here. Let's just see if this 20 SMA can hang in there for Netflix. Still do not mind the way gold names are hanging in there. Gold's actually acting pretty great. Dash. Got hit out of my Dash. That sucks. Another one. Gone. CLS under yesterday's lows will be another long gone. Well, that would be 3 of them in a day. That would be some feedback from my own portfolio too, by the way. What do I make of Reddit all of a sudden showing relative strength? You mean maybe some shorts just getting stopped out? You got to zoom back on the thing. Zoom back on it. Relative strength. I mean, one day doesn't make a trend. That's the problem. Even 2 days. Yeah, it's going up today. It's up 5%, when the market's down, but look at how it acted on 514 as well. Yeah, if it were to begin to reject the 20, then it could definitely be some short ads today. They're being added to the Russell 3000. How many more shitty Russell ETFs could there be? If we bundle more of them together, will it make it go higher? The Russell 2000 sucks, so let's just make it 3000. Maybe that'll be better. CEG coming down, CRDO. Crowd retesting all-time highs. In other words, maybe a double top short sale. I don't want to put it like that, but you know who might be having a field day out here? Yeah. Rigetti can make the Russell 5000? Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, these double top short sales, they're legitimate. You know, it's just a matter of, are you going to get follow through from them, right? It's the thing about a DTSS is, the key with it is you're just using it as a level, as a risk off level, right? It's not like some guaranteed, you know, thing. It's just a level where you look at it, like even this morning, right? If you were to say the high on the left side peak was 125.41, and then, you know, this thing was just kind of bouncing around its DTSS level for the last 5 days. But then this morning, you know, it tries to go through, and then it slams right back down, and you have a 620 setup that has already triggered, and then you're taking it, you know, call it right under these little pre-market little consolidation area, like 125, and then your stop is $1.50, right? That's very, very low risk, or your stop could even be the DTSS level. So, you know, but you'd have to just have your bias like kind of leaning that way for the day, like saying to yourself, like, yep, you know, I'm short biased going into today, and you know, this is why, and the market's a little extended, and it could just be a sell the new. Like if you did all those things mentally, and then you came to the conclusion that you were short biased today, you have a clean level to work with, and then price action's kind of confirming that right now. If you own CrowdStrike from lower, like for instance, if I never stopped myself out a few days ago on 521, I would just be using the 20. Like you see how it found support on the rising 20 right here? And then do you see how it found support on the rising 20 right there? Right? I would just be using 440 as my stop. I wouldn't care too much about that left side peak at all. You know, considering I had a $400 average. Bitcoin staying heavy. Come on, CLS. You had such a nice bounce yesterday. Like 8-point bounce yesterday. Yeah, I mean Bitcoin's technically a DTSS as well. Oh, you own from 448? Oh yeah, you own from quite a bit up there on CrowdStrike. Ooh, coin getting hit. Bitcoin a little heavy. Hims. I mean, they might come for a few of my names. Tesla's the only one they for sure can't knock me out of today. I don't know. I look at Bitcoin futures market, so you know, for me it would have been. I mean, and again, they're all relatively the same exact chart, right? It's like your pricing might just be off, you know, a couple points, but the high for me was 110,150. But effectively, you know, they're the same looking chart. Sezzle finally coming down. Damn, they're really going to come for my CLS today, huh? I guess I'll have a few open trades that will be closed that I can share with you guys. So there's that. just got to manage risk. Really, it's not even risk. It's just like locking up your gains. Palantir staying heavy. A news failure kind of a day? Maybe. Maybe a news failure kind of a day. Everybody got all excited. It's the start of the new AI world. The NASDAQ's only up 30% in the last 6 weeks. No big deal. It's only up like 4 years worth of gains in a normal decade. But, it's the 2020s. 30% for the NASDAQ in 6 weeks, that's normal. Yeah, the roaring 20s. That's exactly right, dude. It's wild out here. 30% move for the NASDAQ in literally a couple weeks. It's kind of why my brain was saying, make sure you've got a couple of shorts lined up. And the names that are acting bad, or whether it be, if some of the quote unquote air starts to come out of the speculation names. And, Bitcoin is speculation too. And guys, going back to last Thursday, a week, you could tell MSTR was acting bad. Like, you could just see it acting bad. Right? Bitcoin was at all-time high and MSTR was closing on red. It didn't look right. Hood getting hit. They're giving Dave yeah. And by the way, when they start knocking down some of these earnings winners, you definitely want to be thoughtful of that. Hood broke yesterday's lows. We're resting right on the 10. My guess is we probably lose that 10 as well. MSTR probably shoots right down to yesterday's lows. These quantum names are staying heavy. I don't have nearly enough Rigetti either. It's a shame. Could go for like 100,000 shares of Rigetti, and I just don't have them. It's all right. CoreWeave acting heavy now, almost a 10-point move off highs plus. The most speculative of all. ASTS is another short in my opinion. This is like a cult stock, huge base. I don't really know who likes this name, but I know people love ASTS for some reason. Yeah, I cut Uber a few points ago, man. Glad I didn't argue with it, honestly. You can get stubborn because you own it and be like, no, I'm going to wait for it to bounce and blah, blah, blah. And, you just don't want to do that. You just start really cutting into your gains for no reason. I'm not here to watch my money bleed back. Guys, this is what happens to every swing trader, right? You have a really, really good period, and then you don't follow your sell rules on the way down, and then you give back a lot of what you made over the last few weeks. This is why you won. And you guys know how we were talking about Nathan. I don't like talking about people when they're not in the room, but he's not in the room. But we were talking about like Nathan Bancroft, right, on X. This is why I do trim into strength. Right? Imagine still holding and leveraged long, right? Your Uber and your this and your that and your Palantir and whatever. You would be literally kicking yourself in the balls right now on a day like today, where your portfolio literally drops 10-15% from all-time high equity. All right? It's too tough. It's why personally I like trimming into strength, right? And there will be hot periods where like he might outperform because of that. But I won't have to deal with the heartache of the way down. Yeah, no, I trimmed. I'll share Uber finish trade with you guys at the end of the day. I'll have a couple. It looks like I've got a loss and dash. I'm gonna share with you guys. Hims is another one. CLS should be a completed trade here pretty soon. I'm about to get stopped out of this thing. I'm not messing with this thing under yesterday's lows. So I'll have a couple of completed ones. But you know what? Money was made, and a really nice trade at that. So, I can't really complain. I got to read that again just to see if I comprehend. When you start to trim a winner, basically, and keep runners, what percent is that runner? Like 10% of positions, 5% on average? So if I like to trim half into strength, right? So for instance, like my Tesla, for instance, I trimmed half, and now I can just trail the rest on an ascending moving average, right? CLS, I trimmed half, now I'm just trailing half on an ascending moving average, right? And yesterday it bounced perfectly at the rising 10 day, and I'm not comfortable enough watching this thing go all the way back down to the 20, right? I'm not trying to give back another $9 a share. So to answer your question, I like to keep half roughly, more times than not. Sometimes it's only 30%, and then if it gets extended from the 50, right, we trim smaller pieces, and we keep trimming it all the way up until I'm down. If it keeps getting extended, I keep trimming more. No, because I trim half. So, most instances, 3 to 5 day move, I trim half, and then as we get extended from the 50 simple, on normal circumstances, 7 times average true range from the 50, I trim 20% of what I have left, and 8 times I trim 20% more of what I have left, and then 9 times trim 20% more, and 10 times trim 20% more. And the reason I'm trimming into that is because I've got the expectation that over the course of 1,000 trades in over 3 or 4 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, stocks that get that extended from the 50 will end up consolidating, and I don't need my money to just be sitting in that consolidation, not a full size position. And either I'll end up buying more when it retightens or gives me another setup to add, or it'll just have a blow off move, and then it'll start to completely fail from there, right? And I don't need to be sitting, in which case I don't need to be sitting with a big position anymore, like half size or 3/4 size or anything. Are you not green on your puts? Man, this is why I just do not trade options. Culpepper, another short report against Archer Aviation. That was 4 days ago. Come on, man. Well, I mean, he needs a reason to justify. his lack of action. Rigetti, very nice. Come on, young buddy. Blow up for me. CoreWeave staying super heavy too. Love it. It's too bad I didn't grab any CoreWeave this morning. Didn't really have the balls to hit it short. But 130. I guess that was pretty nice. Man, Hims and CLS are kind of teasing. Stay heavy, young Rigetti. Come on. Yep. IONQ staying heavy with it. QUBT, same deal. QBTS. Yeah, Rubric's Rubric's a monster. This is why you do want to trail. This is why you want to make sure you trail. This thing hasn't even lost its 5-day, really. Oh man, CoreWeave. Hell of a move. Don't tell me it's like $600 now. Oh my, 650. Oh my god, dude. If there's short sellers stuck in here, man. Dude, this is on 2,500 shares. This just moved 100 points. Oh no. Man, I feel so bad if there's any stuck short sellers in here, dude. Like, imagine if you just got like 2,000 shares short from like, I don't know, $200. Holy shit. Ruining your career. Ruining the career. Oh man. Christian Fromhertz is funny. Palantir trying to hold on to the 20-day moving average. The good news is the stock down 0.5% gets the price to sales ratio down to 90. Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, so with HIMS, I got knocked out. We're gone. And I'll tell you exactly where. I had some slippage on it, though. $52.84, 4 cents of slippage on my position. And what the hell happened there? Was there some kind of news for that quick slip? Let me look. Wasn't me. It's just where everybody placed their low day stops. They came and got my share, so now I can go higher. You know, that makes probably the most amount of sense. I'm a professional bottom seller. Oklo staying heavy, Rigetti staying heavy. Man, I wish I had more. That sucks. I took a $640 loss in HIMS. How will I ever live? IONQ. Burn this sucker down. No, I feel good. I feel good about managing the risk today, man. Can't be too mad about that. Plus, I've got a nice winner going in Rigetti. Can't be mad about that either. And I got a nice winner going in Oklo. Or not in Oklo, in SMR. I feel good about that too. Is HSAI ripping? Don't tell me that. Oh, come on. You're short. You're long SMR and Rigetti. Yeah, of course I'm shorting these fantasy turds. They were on my watch list this morning. Yeah, you like those big tails in HSAI? If it can get through that, that's where short sellers are at. So they'll be covering. If Oklo's not a Gil Morales punch bowl of death, I don't know what is. Yeah, Joe, what do you mean I'm shorting all your positions? I'm not short Oklo, I'm short SMR. You're not long SMR, are you? Well, I hope your size right. I mean, you had to have trimmed in these, right? As well? You had to have. Palantir not looking too great. I mean, it's like hugging the 20 simple right now. Hugging it. 2211 is the simple, and then obviously if you start to break the 20, I mean, maybe even as soon as tomorrow this thing could have an unwind, but who knows. Geo, very nice for whoever took it. It was a little too thin for me, but guys, I hope you guys understand the setup, right? And the why, right? It's a very, very easy setup. You know, even if it doesn't end up working, the why is important. Nasty move down on earnings while the market goes higher for 2 weeks, right? Geo goes sideways. And we used to like Geo for a possible long. You guys remember when I was talking about Geo as a possible long over 3070? And then it just didn't go nowhere, and then it fails. And just like that, you can, flip yourself short on a stock, right? You don't have to marry yourself to it. It's just a setup. 1 minute you can like it as a long, next minute you can like it as a short. That's just how it works. Can you manage risk on it and understand the why you're taking it? You're taking it because it's showing relative weakness while the market has been strong. You got shaken out of your Geo short? How's that even possible? Wait, Joe, what? How the hell did you get shaken out of Geo? It's like it literally impossible. I'm going to need you to make it make sense. One of the two wicks took me out? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Are you talking about a short And how the hell did you get stopped out? That still doesn't answer the question. Where did you get stopped out? Where did you short it? If you had shorted it yesterday, like we talked about, I mean anywhere yesterday, and then added today as it was breaking yesterday's lows, where exactly do you get stopped out? And even like I mentioned, look for weakness against 60-minute supply. I mean, look at the 60-minute chart, 1 hour, and look at supply, the 200 EMA, and it hits it, and it instantly rejects, and then the very next hour it's breaking yesterday's lows. So where exactly did you shorted it a few days ago? Where were you yesterday, though? Were you in the room yesterday, or were you doing something? Not yesterday? Oh, well, yeah, I made mention of it yesterday. I even had it on the watch list this morning as a short underneath yesterday's lows, or a short into 60-minute supply. And when you short something like this and the 20 simples catching up, use the 20. Tesla, very nice. Kathy Wood coming for the rescue. Kathy to the rescue. Brad, you would say something like that, dude. uh. Brad likes wealth destroyers. Congratulations. Who would have known that innocent face would have gone on to destroy billions of dollars? Y'all are taking it too far. Oh, man. Netflix. Come on, Toast. Hang in there for me. Yeah, Upstart is pretty decent. Affirm is the other one that is pretty decent. The MMYT was the other one that was pretty decent. This thing looks like it's about to roll over into stage 4. You know, just this stupid big move up. Consolidation right against the 200. You know, this is kind of how they work, right? Get your stage 2 uptrend, get your stage 3 distribution top, get your stage 4 downtrend, you get your stage 1 base. Yeah, GME got hit yesterday. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. And you know they it's these Bitcoin acquisition companies. You know, it's like they've all been kind of having a rough time. This GME and then even DJT said it was raising money to buy some Bitcoin or whatever the hell it was saying, and then instantly failed on that. Goolsby, if tariffs are avoided by a deal or otherwise, could return to a situation where rates can come down. So he's basically speaking directly to Trump.
Remember some commentary out by Fed's Goolsby says if tariffs are avoided by a deal or otherwise, could return to a situation where rates can come down.
You guys heard it here first. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, it's not just MSTR anymore. Now it's just a big ol'. It's a everybody's doing it. Nvidia's up 5% on earnings. I don't know how much more, people want. Nvidia looks good. Just could use a little bit of sideways here. Like I said, I think having a couple of shorts on, I think was the right thing to do. I got stopped out of longs this morning, and who really knows? Who knows what this market ends up doing by the close? Too hard to say. Would I get back into HIMS? So the spot that I would be watching would be a 56.5. It's got the 20 simple moving average at 53.80 now. Basically a buck higher than where I bought it yesterday. AVGO came down to that breakout level. You know which one keeps going? All your guys' favorite name. Look at this flag. GRND. Oh. I guess I should probably post it. This is like the nicest high type flag out there. Oh, you didn't. I'm gonna post it right now. I mean, Minervini's got to give this one out in his room, right? This one will be given out. Nice job, Hims, coming to get my shares. What happened?
Oklo and SMR, NNE is holding yesterday's lows.
Really?
Yeah, it's very surprising because it was the weakest one. RGC 680.
On another 300 shares traded.
Something like that.
Huh.
Aspat.
Asbev?
Aspat. I went the other day. Took us back at highs.
Huh. Oh, Asbet.
Dude, if it hits $1,000, I'm just gonna short 100 shares.
I love it.
It's gotta fucking come down. I mean, you know, so what if it goes another $100 or another $1,000? Fucking, it's gonna come down. There's
Oh, baby, SMR.
yeah.
Oh, baby, let's go. Now we are cooking with grease. I love it. Look at this action. Let's go. Joe. If politics controls the interest rate, inflation is coming back. Stagflation is the toughest scenario for central banks. That's not what we are facing now. This is a stagflationary direction, but it's not stagflation. Oh, that's great. Oh, yeah. My confidence is now super high. Dude, the shorts are working perfectly. God, it only took some good repositioning, but love it. Let's go. Oklo getting its ass kicked today, too, finally. But SMR, more. Love it. Guys, give me a quick second. Bye, my love. After the birthday, yeah, like after the birthday, I'm going to.
Ray, can you finish up?
Yeah, if it's left in your bag, yeah, sure. You grab a fresh one and then go get it. Don't take both. You're gonna finish like a third of that and then leave it warm. And
I
then you don't want to.
put it in the fridge at work.
Just take one. Or take one. After 3 o'clock, I'm probably gonna run by Nino's and drop off the shoes.
Oh, I won't be there.
All right.
You do a lot, eat the sushi.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it for lunch. All right, love you. Ah. Yeah, SMR was a beautiful, beautiful opportunity. Yep, AEM is acting well with gold. I mean, I think AEM just, triggered a 620 setup here a moment ago, went red green. I mean, again, this is $119, $120 stock, call it. Stop is 1.5% to low. This is a very simple setup to take, guys. Super, super simple. Nice little flat base, hugging the 5-day above the 50. I mean, ideally it goes sideways for a few more days. I almost wouldn't be too surprised if you took it and then you got stopped out tomorrow. But, stop is so small, and gold continues to act super well. I already own KGC, so, I'm going to just kind of hang out with it. But for anybody who doesn't own any gold or silver or anything in between, AEM, KGC, GFI, we talked about OR was the leader, in my opinion. This is like a small little high type flag. Yeah, they all probably will. They probably all look the same. And this goes back to the phrase you guys have probably heard me say in some interviews. Birds of the feather flock together. Right? That's what it is. Sand. Yep, sand's another one. And just look at the group. If you notice that the group's acting well, then, you got your answer. What's probably going to happen to the others? Right? Gold looks like it's trying to go higher. AEM, if you're going to take them, just size them well. That's all. Right? You have a pivot. You've got a low of day. Size them well. Again, even if you took 10% of your portfolio, like literally right here for AEM, your risk is peanuts. You're risking 0.15% of your account. I mean, like nothing, right? Zero stress. And gold's acting well. I mean, what's to really stop AEM from going up another 10, 12, 15% from here? Not a whole lot. Yeah, Sand, OR, GFI, AEM, KGC, CDE, Nugget, GOLD. No, so I had some SMR yesterday. And my first entry on it was a break below prior day high. So if we go back on SMR, the first level I was kind of watching was this 3570s level. Okay? So I was watching this thing as it was breaking here, and it had already triggered your 620 setup right as it was breaking through VWAP. And then, this morning, my entries on this, my next entries were, I'll tell you the exact spot. Hold on. I'll give you my entries in a moment. SMR. Okay. 35.47 yesterday, where I was talking about when it broke prior day low, and right in here. Okay. 35.47, right in here. And then this morning, 34.39. All right down here when it broke under yesterday's lows. I don't ever need to be early to stuff, guys. If you guys ever study my prints, you guys will notice, like, if I share like a 5-minute chart, like there are times where I'm buying something like, on the 4th and the 5th and the 6th 5-minute green candle in a row. That's because I don't care about the smaller time frame. I'm focused on the daily. Right? My entries come from the daily setups. It's like, oh man, if I would have bought it 15 minutes ago, I would have bought it right up here, or shorted it way up here, or bought it way down here. I don't care about none of that. Size it right for your portfolio. Use your stop in the logical spot. Let it work. That's all you can do. But everybody looks at it, on a 5-minute chart and goes, man, I don't want to buy it on the 5th green 5-minute candle in a row. It's like, bro, it's just starting to break yesterday's lows. This is where you want to do it. Like, if I look at it from pre-market highs and I'm watching this thing and I'm like, oh man, I'm going to short it way down here. I could have shorted it way up here, way up here. Like, I'm not worried about that. It just is breaking yesterday's lows. If it gaps down in the morning and it's below this morning's or today's lows, you cut it right away. You don't let a small loss turn into a big loss. Is that Naruto, by the way? I've never watched that show, but... Or what is that? Is that Naruto? I'm not sure. Lyrid. I do like that profile pic too. I've never seen the show. Is it any good? But yeah, J2, I cut it right away, man. I don't mess around with it. All right, CLS. Finding support at 115. Tesla acting a little bit heavier. PDYN. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I think it was GK. Yeah, coming back. RR sticking around. Small cap. How's OUST looking? This one was going yesterday. You like a firm as a high or low setup? I don't like a firm at all. There's no momentum. Let's see. Joby's not nearly as extended, one, but yeah, it could be a similar kind of a look. Where like you're basically starting in just as it's breaking prior day high. Right, but at this point you would already have it, right? Like 903, 904. No, I've got no interest in buying dips right now. I took my stop on Dash. Would need to break $210 to get me interested. I'm sure it does someday, and then if it does, I'll be there to buy it. In fact, let me make sure that I reset my my alert on this thing. Yeah, I know there are some people out there who could you could potentially play this as a 620 setup if it starts to cross back up, like 206 entry with a 203 stop, but Oklo trying to push back some here. Yeah, grind. I know. Did you see my post on X? I noticed it earlier. I just I couldn't do it, man. Couldn't do it. Could not do it. Yeah, it's amazing, dude. Look at this. I mean, what a move. What a move. Not a peep from Mark Minervini, that's for sure. DRI still going. How's Eat looking today? Eat's looking pretty good. Not taking Eat today at all. Shaq coming back a little bit. Good. Hopefully these things slow up, man. uh, Yeah, it's a super clean flag setup. At what point you should always ignore the company and their ticker symbol and what they do and just trade price action, in my opinion. But of course, yeah, it's what you should always do. I'm not gonna come up with an excuse and tell you there's a reason I didn't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just didn't. But it looks great. Looks great. You know, the reality for me is it is a little thin. So I wouldn't necessarily want to take this thing. You know, if I traded this name, I'd want like 40,000 shares. You know, and that would still be a really small position, right? That'd be like a 5% position effectively. So that's like this whole 5-minute bar that then drove price up 30 cents. Like, I'm good. Right, I'm good on that. I don't want to do that to price. So for me, it's too thin. For somebody else, you know, who maybe only has to take 500 shares and it's a 12K position, well, then no problem. But too thin for me. But for a lot of people, grinds just fine. And the more expensive it gets, hopefully more dollar volume, it'll trade one day. But I'm not about to be pushing a stock around 30 cents. And then only have a 5% position. I mean, that's just not how I'm not trying to move stuff like that at all. But it looks good. It looks good. I'd like the NASDAQ to go sideways. Yeah, the longer it goes sideways, the better. Guys, so many names are wildly up. Whether it's, you guys have heard me say in the prior videos, a little extended from the 50. It's a little extended from the 50. It's a bit extended from the 50. Like, that's just the reality right now. It's extended from the 50. That's just what's going on with a lot of names. Extended from the 50. You know, and the Nasdaq staying a little bit heavy too. All right, let's start to dig in to see if what's going on here. 30-day relative strength scan, Nvidia, and to think I wanted this thing, you know, on April 23rd as a 99.50 higher low setup. Boy, we would still be in this thing, and it would be a monster winner right now. Ouchie.
RGC 740.
RGC 740. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I feel bad for whoever's stuck in that thing, dude. On which one? Judah, hasn't been easy if you missed 423 area gaps. You mean on Nvidia? On a lot of names? Well, yeah, I mean, there were some stocks that set up, though. There were some stocks out there. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, once Palantir gapped up to 100, they made it difficult. Hood 5130 was easy peasy. I just didn't retake it. Hood right here was just awesome. On 5.8. Could have even been had the day before on 5.7. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. And this is why progressive exposure is so important, right? The market has to pull you in slowly. Amazon staying heavy, Apple in the red, Google in the red. Well, thank God Nvidia is still holding up well. Because if it wasn't, oh boy, we would be getting our asses really kicked out here. Oh man. Oh, that's a great question. So this is oftentimes while I do like looking at the 60-minute supply. So I'll look at a chart on the 60-minute, and one of the first things that I'll do is I'll look for a short against prior day high, and then oftentimes as like for instance on SMR, I'm looking also at the level of where it closed yesterday. So this morning when it's going back through 35.37, that's a spot that I consider. And then the other thing too is, it opened up at $36 basically, $35.99. So as it's going back through 35.37, that's a spot where I basically go, okay, it's gone from green to red because it's opening up in the green above prior day close. And then as it's going red, that's a first spot, and then prior day low. If you haven't gotten any of those spots, then you just need to size it down if you still want it. I mean, that's like the only real way you can manage risk, right? After that is you just have to size it down. Yeah, RGC 700. Yeah, correct. TSM is not a buy. Like I said, guys, I want to track relative strength on a day like today. I don't want to trade it. And again, this is why I came into the day with a few short setups as well. I talked specifically about, potentially there being an unwind in the quantum and the nuclear names. And again, so the question becomes, why is SMR, Oklo, and NNE up? Can anybody answer me that really quickly? Why did those start moving? Do you think that they just started moving on their own volition? No, before Trump signed. Nope, they were moving before the nuclear bill. Nope. Everybody's wrong. They started moving because GEV was already uptrending. CEG was already uptrending. VST was already uptrending. It's the same reason that they started moving the first time. It's the way this market works. you always get the mega cap leaders to move first as a theme, and then you trickle all the way down to the speculative shit ones. Right? So it's your mega caps go first, right? It's like when we were in 2021, right? So again, this is a little bit slightly different scenario, but first was your GME, then it trickles down to AMC. And then because AMC caught fire, then it trickled down to all the rest of the ones. NACD, EXPR, COS, right? All the other shit ones. Or when Tesla was going in 21 and 20 and made a huge move, and then it caught, fire to Rivian, Lucid, Solo, Candy, Lee, XPEV, etc. Right? So it's like you always have your large cap going first, and then it causes fire in everything else, your speculative stuff second. So, consider how high GEV had gone. Then you get somewhat of a little bit of an unwind today, and the market begins to pull back off of some, kind of euphoric. And even I wish Nick were in the room. We're going to get Nick. He is in the room, but, he's just a little bit busy with deep view stuff. He actually is the guy that does a lot of the quality control for deep view. So we will be getting him in here just to chat with us about, he's actually a spectacular trader too. But he mentioned to me when I was talking to him on the phone yesterday, he's like, what other good news is there to price in the market? And, it's like the reality is that I even told him, I said, there's not much right now. Like, it's like we had a bunch of tariffs, those came off. We had, the big beautiful bill come through, and you had Nvidia on good earnings. Like, what else is there really to talk about that could be positive? And the market's up 6 weeks in a row, up 30% on the Nasdaq in just a few weeks. Now you get kind of some of this air coming out of the balloon, so to speak. So it's why it was good to make sure that you were trimmed, and to have a little short setup or two on watch. And so, when a Oklo, is it coincidence that Oklo and SMR are down today when GEV is finally pulling back? When CEG is finally pulling back. Now, I'm not saying that those names are done going higher, but they're kind of having some nasty down days today, considering there are effectively no bounce in these right now, or VST for that matter. No real bounce in this thing today. GEV, same deal. No real bounce in this thing today. I mean, I guess this one, considering it's your damn leader. But, that's just kind of what happens when a little bit, and guess what? If, just putting it out there, if GEV were to unwind and go back to 400, you better believe that during that entire time, Oklo would probably be getting its ass kicked in a really bad way. So hope Nick is doing good. Do you know Nick? But yeah, that's not to say, some of these moves are done. But again, there is a chance that there has to be a longer consolidation in a bunch of this stuff. I mean, you look at Oklo. I'm not saying it's done, but guys, this has got to build, the right-hand side of its chart. Like, what other chart recently did this? Anybody? Big move up, gave a bunch of it back, big ramp up off the right-hand side. Does this kind of remind you of any chart? Strip the name off. Does this remind you of any kind of chart recently? Nope. I was thinking hymns. I was thinking hymns. There you go. Oklo to me looks a lot more like hymns. Right? And so hymns hasn't died. but Hims has had a little bit bigger of a pullback. All right, I won't be totally surprised if Oklo does something similar. Yeah, the reason Rubric doesn't necessarily fit the bill is because it just doesn't look the same, Cookie. It just doesn't look the same. If you look at Hims, right, where it's like you get that big ramp up and you get a big pullback all the way to where it started that ramp up, and then you get the whole right-hand side of the chart and almost back to that left side peak, right? Oklo is effectively the same exact shit, right? It's the same thing. Right, you get the big ramp up, you get the pullback all the way to where it started that ramp up, you get a move all the way back to that left side peak. So I won't be too surprised if we see in a couple of weeks Oklo's maybe somewhere closer back to that 20 simple moving average. Right, that wouldn't be totally surprising to me. Cookie with the LeBron James gif. This guy. I'm out of here. I'm fucking gone. The amount of bots is just ridiculous. God, that's a great question, man. When doing a deep dive, would you advise studying trades that worked well or studying the ones that didn't, figure out things to avoid? I like really studying both. I like knowing when things didn't work well. It's not that the setups that I trade don't normally work well. It's the environment that I'm trading them in cause them to not work well. I think that's a better way to put it. So I like to know when things didn't work well so that I can improve my situational awareness for next time. So that the next time I'm taking a trade, I can be a little bit more, in tune with, yep, that didn't work. And then the why it didn't work. Like if I take a loss and then it's like, okay, I tried Hims, right? And then Hims came back and stopped me out. It's not that a 20 moving average, a 20 SMA moving average undercut and rally is a setup that doesn't work, right? It's just that today when everything gaps up and then totally sells up off the highs, the market wasn't being friendly today. And so the stock comes back and knocks you out. Now, the other thing too, I think, is like, just making sure you are stopping yourself out, right? Not letting a very small loss turn into something bigger than it shouldn't be. right? So it's like the loss is completely meaningless to me. So it's like just making sure you're stopping yourself out, letting the market kind of reprove itself to you, and then getting yourself back involved in it if that's something that you wanted to do. Yeah, Cookie, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, man. I wish I would have obviously kept like my CrowdStrike, but I've officially gotten knocked out of Uber. Um, I got knocked out of Dash, no luck there. I got knocked out of my Uber ads, no luck there. I got knocked out of the Hood or Hims, 20 SMA UNR. Um, you know, Shorts are starting to work a little bit better, but nothing crazy. Palantir's hanging on by a thread, and that's one of the leaders, right? Uber is one of the leaders. Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of distribution. On a day where NVIDIA gaps up and Jensen tells everybody, oh, this is the start of the new AI revolution, and then Apple goes red, Amazon's flat, Google is red, Meta is almost red, effectively red, Microsoft's flat, almost red, Amazon's flat, it's probably soon to be red. And the only really mega cap that's hanging up on my screens that could move the market is NVIDIA. I mean, boy,
Ariel, you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, sound like you're muted.
Rotation into Mag 7? I don't know what that means. Grinders holding together the market. I don't know what SR was trying to imply there, but I don't know, man. Rotation into the Mag 7? What are you implying there, SR? Oh, man. No, are you the only one who's bullish here? I'm not bearish. I'm just trying to, sprinkle on a few shorts as they're working. I feel like you keep asking that, Joe. You're like, am I the only one who's bullish? It's like, no, man. I've been long, but today I'm getting stopped. So, what am I supposed to do? I can't remain super positive. I got to make sure I sprinkle on a few shorts. And go back and watch the video about how we ebb and flow from long to short. That's just the reality. I can't just stay overly positive while stocks are fading. You know, I got to make sure that I protect my equity curve at all times. You know, I don't like giving anything back, dude. I like making sure I peeled stocks into strength, and then, you know, I like making sure that I can get myself into a couple shorts. And the markets look heavy. I mean, markets are almost trying to break yesterday's lows. That's not too good. Yeah, dude, but you're worried about X, man. Who cares about what X is doing? What are your setups telling you? Joe, you're talking about the wrong thing, my friend. X is too bearish. Who gives a shit what X feels like? What are your stocks acting like? I got stopped out of Dash. I got stopped out of Uber. You know, my 2 fresh shorts are working in these speculative turds. The big runners didn't lose the 10 yet. Well, Palantir, I'd say, was a pretty big runner. That lost the 10. In fact, it's hardly hanging on to its 20. You know, Uber was a pretty big runner. That lost the 10. In fact, it lost its 20. MSTR was a big runner. That lost the 20 a few days ago. I mean, you're not just talking about like GEV, are you? And Rubrik. Because if you are, you're talking about like the 2 exceptions to the rule. You know, Apple never even got above its 200 during this whole damn run. You want to talk about people not being ultra, or people being bearish? Well, how about Apple, you know, get over that friggin' Wednesday high of 4.9? Yeah, Nvidia already triggered it, actually. I wouldn't short it, though, personally. Of all the names out there to short, you know, there's better ones. Short the speculative turds, man. You know, Microsoft could use a real consolidation. So I just think you're thinking about the wrong things, brother. That's what I'm thinking. You know, Spotify never broke out of this cup and handle. Almost about to lose the 20.
A drop of 7, correction, a drop 2.441 million on gasoline. And Tesla is expected a build of 700,000, coming in with a draw of 724,000. That's your EIA petroleum report data posted in the news desk.
Rugatti. Was I gonna short Palantir? Me, no. Not right now. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, today's action, kind of feels like a short-term top has been put in. If I'm going to keep it honest with you guys, at least the short term. And I'm not saying I'm bearish, but I'm saying that I'm being prudent. I'm making sure that I'm short some stocks, and I will talk about those as we go forward. For now, I got GRR, Rigetti, and SMR. And for some of you guys should also have Geo, and we will continue to sprinkle into the watch list some short ideas going forward. That would be my expectation. Short-term top has been seen. And gold continues to look great in this scenario. So if gold is something you guys want to add to as well, I think that can be had as well. Kind of what my eyes are telling me right now. So you could see it in gold's action currently, and I will pull that up for you guys right now. Gold is looking pretty dang good and starting to push higher. Does anybody have any more gold setups that we talked about? We talked about AEM, KGC, CDE, OR, SAND, GFI, NEEM, AU. Any others? Nugget. Gold. Was PAAS another? That's a silver miner. Anybody else got any others? All right. I mean, you guys kind of get my thoughts in real time, but I'll make sure that I post them in the market commentary room. It's just my thinking, and we will have we'll have more short setups potentially going forward if the market's going to be friendly to that side of the market, and yeah, we'll see. Do 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 do. Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't own any gold names, I would probably consider some on your guys' end. Kind of looking at the action in gold right now and, silver. They are both green. Where would you short Apple? You could have shorted it today and used the 50 simple as your guide or the 20 simple as your guide, right? So effectively today's highs, like you saw this thing going right back through the 20. So effectively opening print. Where would you short Apple? I mean, I wouldn't short Apple right here, right now. Now it's a little too far gone on the intraday, but look for resistance against the 60-minute time frame. Maybe this thing comes back up to like 201 and then that becomes a good level. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm still here. Rigetti. Love it, man. What a friggin' day. This is turning into a spectacular day, even though I got stopped on Uber. About half the size that I would have liked on Rigetti. I mean, it's really a super small position, but hey, it's working. And it's working well. CLS still hanging in there. I'm surprised this thing hasn't stopped me out already. KGC looks great. Yeah, gold looks damn good. No sound? You guys can't hear me? There it is. Walnut. You know what I recommend? Jesus, Cookie. Oh, man. Too funny. Yeah, I'm right here. Guys, I haven't gone nowhere. Right here. I even moved my mic closer. Just in case. NVIDIA. So now it's funny because NVIDIA's going lower, and now Microsoft and Amazon and Meta are all kind of ripping, and it's holding up the indices while NVIDIA comes down a little bit. Gotta love how that happens. Oh no, everybody's like, what the fuck's he saying, Cookie? Oh, that's too funny. Oh, Futu. Oh my. Oh no. Look at this thing. As soon as it broke its opening print, had like this really nice little consolidation going. As soon as it broke its opening print and then triggered the 620. Oh my God, Becky, look at that drop. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't even know what to think, man. Market still feels like a short-term top to me. But no, Joe, that doesn't make me bearish. RGC 750 on the bid? Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Oh my, no way. Oh my God. And it's crazy because this is a stuck short losing his career here. He needs to get out. He's still got 6,000 shares, but the ask is probably 800. What's the ask right now?
790.
784. And there's 790 because there's only a few hundred shares up there. And then all of a sudden it skips all the way up to 806, 835, 851, 900, 958. Oh no, there's no real liquidity either. $1,000 on the ask. Oh my, on the book. Oh no. Man. Just imagine like having like 20,000 shares that you got to get out of. Just imagine, like you still got like 20,000 shares you got to get out of. You've just like ruined like a 30-year career. Oof, man. That sucks, dude. Well, on the bright side, at least it's nobody in this room. You know, it's funny. I thought GRR was going to go down to the 200 simple, and this thing might just keep going sideways for long enough for the 200 to just catch up. It might never drop down there and get there. You guys can't hear? All right. All right, how about now? Hey. Oh, I know Cookie's full of shit. I know you're lying, dude. Oh, this guy, man. Aren't you supposed to be doctoring or something? Don't you supposed to be taking care of patients and stuff? This guy, it's like they didn't put enough people on your docket today, man. They had you with work strapped up with 20 patients yesterday. He's got nobody. All right, well, I'm glad we're back. Cookie can't hear nothing. So I'm going to have to restart the stream once again, guys. Sorry. We need Cookie in here. Yeah, well, the problem is it's moving because there's a stuck short in there. And the stuck short needs to get out, so he keeps raising his bid, hoping that somebody fills him on the bid. But long ago, he should have sold the ask. He should have bought the ask. So, you know, he's kicking himself in the balls for his ruined career. You didn't miss anything other than SMR going down, baby. Oh, these quantum stocks, baby, stay heavy. Fantasy, sci-fi coming to an end. Well, CLS, if you're going to stop me out, man, just stop me out. If you're going to do it, just do it. No, I was saying if you don't own any gold and silver names, you keep them on watch for sure, right? AEM's like right. It's just a slower mover, right? I mean, it's not. You're not gonna get some thrill out of owning it. But AEM, KGC, AU, GFI. There's a reason they all look OR, SAND. There's a reason they all look, above key moving averages and are holding in there pretty well. There's a reason for it. The reason for it is because it looks like as a group, it wants to go higher. I mean, I don't know that to be totally true, but gold's acting pretty well. Silver's acting pretty decent. Silver starts to attack towards $35 and then gets above $35. These silver stocks will be absolutely booming, and you'll already be in them. Right, we talked about CDE on the watch list earlier in the week. CDE's doing a little pullback today, but I don't think anything wrong with it. AEM, I didn't buy it. I own KGC, but the level that I would be watching is over yesterday's high. The real level is 118.21, so call it 118 and a quarter. Yeah, we could do that, man. We could do that when the bull starts back up and things consolidate. We'll get it going. What's the most I've given back percentage-wise on a trade that comes back to your stop? Say you had a ticker that was up 20% on day 2 or 3, and then it comes back down to your stop. Do you keep your original stop? No, you guys hear me talk about it all the time. So if I catch a 20% move, I'm almost always trimmed some into strength, and then I'm using the ascending trailing moving average. So at that point, what's the most I give back? Maybe 15% or something like that. But I've already trimmed some. So under the scenario where I just put my stop to break even, that's fine too. But I've already trimmed some and then my stop's at break even. Yep, I like Cookie's answer. At 20%, half off the table. If it goes higher, I still have half. If it comes back lower, thank God I sold half. Right? It's a win-win mentally. Rubric, what an absolute monster of a name, man. TEM off the watch list. Shopify still looks pretty good, actually. Baba. Can you believe it? This BCRX still trying to potentially break out. This thing actually still looks really good too. Has anybody been paying attention to this thing? This, whatever this BCRX is, this BioCryst. Gotta say, it looks pretty damn good. Never really went away. Ego looks pretty good over 20. Shake Shack, a little bit of a downtick, no big deal. DRS just building out more sideways. This is actually starting to build a nice flat pivot instead. TMDX doing just fine. You haven't found a good spot to take BioCryst? Yeah, there's not really a good spot just yet. Just be patient. Wait till the highs are taken out. Rocket Lab coming down. CLS. Are you going to stop me out, CLS? Who knows? Dash. Still needs to get over that 210 level. CCJ slowing up a little bit. Needs to build out. Snow, good thing I got rid of it. So I guess, my intuition was right about that because I would have been stopped out of it anyway with just a little bit bigger of a loss. Very rarely do I want to do stuff like that because I should have already learned my lesson with Amazon and Soxel. Yeah, Cookie, I like the way you're viewing improving your worst case scenario. I think that's the best thing you can work. I think that's the best thing a lot of people could work on. Improving their worst case scenario right away. It's like it's easy to hold unrealized green, but you got to treat it like a business and get paid. I know some people just we talked about this. You just hold, the whole position on a trailing moving average. But boy, that's hard to do, man. That is hard to do. Yeah, Cook, we both got taken out of Uber today. They came for my shares. Do I ever trade around a core? Yeah, I try to add shares back on a new daily setup, but I'm always trimming some into strength. So yeah, I am kind of, but I could show you how I did that on Uber, and it didn't work for me. So you'll see how I quote unquote traded around a core and just totally fucked it up. So, not like, I ended up doubling up my position or anything like that, but, I did take a trade and, kind of mess it up. So, man, I had to buy a suit yesterday. Who the hell? I did not know suits were that expensive, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Dude, what the hell? I mean, I got a nice suit yesterday, but holy shit. A suit, like just the jacket, pants, and a button down shirt, $2,200? What the hell?
Oh yeah.
I was like, no, man, I'll go to Men's Warehouse now. I was at Nordstrom. What a mistake. Oh man. Got me good. Yeah, Uniqlo. I mean something, dude. They got me. No, man, I'd hardly wear suits, dude. I sit in sweatpants all day long. I'm chilling at home, dude. What? And I don't like spending that kind of money on a suit, on something that I'm gonna wear twice in my whole life. Well, Josh Brown's got to go back to pumping up my toast, man. Come on, Josh Brown. If you're in here, say something about toast, dude. Boring day. Might be one of those days where we just do nothing. If you guys got some shorts, fantastic. Keep an eye on NutX. I mean, it only trades $22 million a day. But yeah, huge move already. Huge move already. This is like late stage base stuff, man. So just be careful with stuff like this. Right? Here's one base. Right? Here's base number 2. Here's base number 3. Here's base number 4. Here's base number 5. You're now asking like late stage base to go higher. So just be careful. Like very late stage base. I mean, you're talking just a year ago. I mean, you're talking really just 9 months ago. This thing is up 1,200%. Yeah, just be careful, man. And it's thin. Eating cheese balls, sipping Bacardi. Oh man, that's seems like you're into the finer things in life. Oh no. Oh, I love you, Daja. You're too funny. You just gave me a good crack up, dude. He said eating cheese balls, sipping Bacardi. Oh, yes, he did. Oh my God. He said, I just like sitting back, eating Pop Tarts, and drinking orange juice. I love it, eating cheese balls and sipping Bacardi. Bacardi's got me good, man. I try to not mess with it anymore because it got me too good one time. Bacardi got me too good. And I like every time I think about it, I get queasy. We can definitely go over that. No, there isn't actually a setup that I prefer. I mean, an earnings gap up, a high volume close, those are probably some of my favorite, but like a flat base breakout, a higher low setup, undercut, and rally, I like all of them, to be honest with you. It's just a matter of what the market is giving you at the time and then using progressive exposure to get yourself into them. Right? That's really it. Does it look like the SPY is forming a cup on the daily? Yeah, kinda. And this is the handle? Yeah, a little bit. It needs to handle a little bit more, but again, just look at where we've come from, guys. I mean, this has just been insane. You're talking 24% for the S&P 500 in, 30 something days, and for the QQQ, you're talking 30% in 38 days, 2 months. I mean, guys, it's been a hell of a run. Right now, we need to tighten up some more. I know everybody just thinks we can go higher, and we're just going to go make an all-time high, but without like a little bit more of a challenge on the downside, I don't know how much the Bulls got left, right? I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm known to be wrong, but on the watch list, I will keep a couple of short setups prepared, and then I'll keep looking for longs that look good. RGC? Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a short stuck in there, all right.
On TRUG posted in the news desk. True Golf announcing a stock repurchase program. Commentary out, statement on Chair Powell's meeting with the president being posted in the news desk. This is coming out via the Fed. Says at the president's invitation, Chair Powell met with the president today at the White House to discuss economic developments, including for growth, employment, and inflation. That link in the news desk.
Yeah, you know, the gold miners, they've got this warm, fuzzy feeling about them, don't they? There's this little warm, fuzzy feeling you get in your stomach with these gold miners. They don't move too fast. They're not too volatile. In a group as a whole, they're acting pretty well. You know, there's something about them. I don't know what it is. I own KGC, so it's like I don't feel like I need to own more, and I bought this damn thing perfectly. You know, I'm up $1.20 on my shares, so super, super happy about that. And, you know, I've been in this thing now for 10 days, so it's nice to see. It's working. Not up a lot at all, but, you know, hopefully this thing wants to go and break all-time highs and, you know, finding support on the rising 50. Maybe it'll just keep building out, and then, you know, we'll see what the hell happens later, but, you know, Kinross is acting pretty damn good. The only way cuts come back on the table, I think, is if they take down the tariffs. Like if there's no tariff, because tariffs are inflationary. So if there's inflation, you know, how do you cut? I don't know. Seems impossible. The hell do I know? Do 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 do. guys, give me 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Bitcoin's still acting a touch heavy today, and MSTR's in the green. I mean, because why not? You know? Because why not? That makes sense. Bitcoin red, MSTR green. Bitcoin green, MSTR red. You know? How's my young Uber looking? Oh, buddy. Thank God I took my exit. Yeah, I'll be able to share with this one with you guys when the day's done. Could have for sure done a little bit better, but it is what it is. Bitcoin. Come on down. I mean, it's like they're trying to drive Microsoft up to highs, huh? Nice job bouncing off the 10-day. No, I didn't catch HIMS on May 1st. No, I wish. Awesome move. As it was going back through the 50, perfect. And then 100% move in just a few days. Man, so nice. Wish I would have been there for that one. I was watching it, but I didn't take it. No, man. You know, whenever the new Grand Theft Auto eventually comes out, or, you know, I do like playing Call of Duty, but I don't actually play them. I just don't have enough time, man. You know, I got a fiance who comes home and she expects attention. I got 2 dogs that want to play with me because, you know, I'm sitting here for most of the day. They demand attention. Sometimes I like going to the gym. That's something else that I think is important. So, you know, I like to cook dinner. Something else I think I got to do. I run out of time, you know. My day goes by so quickly. Yeah, apps. Yeah, I was told that apps has earnings coming up, so just be careful with that one. But you know,
November is coming up. We have a 7-year.
for a small account, you know, small account edge, this one looks like it can do something.
Typically, the auction results are released around 1:02 p.m.
CNBC final trades. Silver, CCJ, Devon Energy. Wow, that one's been in a downtrend for forever too. And oil's getting its ass kicked today. That's a hell of a pick.
Remember, is the when issued on that
And toast.
coming in at 4 spot.
All right.
6%.
I like it. Yeah, toast still doesn't look bad to me. If the 20 catches up and then this thing takes out, 23 or 43.50s, I would be interested in toast as well.
Remember, taking a peek at that 7-year note auction. That when issue was 4 spot 216%. The auction draws 4 spot 194% with a bid to cover up 2 spot 69.
Powell met with Trump, yeah, he told him, he said, or you lower interest rates, or I'm gonna. I don't know what he said, but he said something forceful. He said, you're fired. You're fired. What's up, Taco? How you doing? That would be funny. Oh, yeah, that's too good. Yeah, Nvidia staying a little bit heavy here, intraday. You know, you can kind of see the bounce back in something like Microsoft, but Nvidia staying a little bit heavy, right? It's like Nvidia didn't quite have that bounce off the lows, but you know, Nvidia looks like it's probably coming a little bit lower. Same with my Tesla today. It looks like it's probably coming a little bit lower. So, ideal scenario, like I said, these 330s hang on. Would be pretty good. Would be pretty good. XBI and LabU. Yeah, you know, if interest rates start to come down, has LabU probably bottomed? Yes, but, you know, it's not a leading group. So, you know, just be patient. Just be patient. I know this is like, you know, this Stan Weinstein 4B kind of a setup, but just trust me, man. You don't need to own this. You know, people wish owns it because, you know, he thinks it might have bottomed. But again, just because the short bear short something or long something doesn't mean you should be, and just because Alec is short or long something doesn't mean you should be. You need to do things that feel right, and if buying something that's still technically in a long term over 200 days, it's in a downtrend, friend. It's over the last 200 days, it's in a downtrend. The 200 day is downsloping, right? I mean, does that feel right to you? Does that feel like something you want to do just because Alec is doing it? I want you to have the least amount of headache. He knows how to maneuver, right? If for just one moment it's not acting right, he'll be out and you won't know about it, and you'll be sitting there for some reason. And he'll be long gone, right? And then you ask him, hey, you still in this thing? He'll be like, no, dude, it broke, you know, yesterday's lows, right? And it's like, you know, and you're still in it for some reason. So, you know, it's just in a long-term downtrend. It's in it, the 2 years sloping down, I mean, the 200 day is sloping down. Just avoid it. Not saying it can't go higher. It can, right? I don't know exactly where the bottoms on everything are, or where the tops on everything are. But, just align yourself, just align yourself with the group. Yeah, XPEV back above the 50, but, I mean, maybe a little shakeout of this lower trend line. Needs to get back over 21. When it does, I'd be more interested in this thing. Let me reset an alert, actually. BitDeer with Bitcoin coming down. I mean, it looks good, but Bitcoin's a little weak right now. If Bitcoin keeps going lower, Judah, I don't know about BitDeer. Is it nice to? It's good to track, in my opinion, right? Track the relative strength. Don't trade it. Wait until its underlying assets going higher. I think that's the key lesson here. Just keep it on your watch list, and see how it's acting when Bitcoin's going up. I think that's the best bet. Well, it's acting pretty damn strong. That's what's going on with this SMR. It's bumping into yesterday's lows.
On SNPS issues a statement in connection with the BIS letter that being posted in the news desk. That's SNPS.
SMPS still going lower. Oof.
On that SNPS color, more color in the news desk.
That's why I always say, stocks below the 200, guys, it just ain't worth the headache. NuScale wins U.S. approval for small nuclear reactor design. Great. Just great. Where was that news? I don't even see it somewhere. Bounced right off the DTSS level. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing too. It's like the market's actually, staying a little bit heavy, and Nvidia's almost trying to break its intraday lows. Now it's up, 4% on the day, and we still have 3 hours till market close. So, we'll see kind of how the market closes here, but I wouldn't really say there's been anything super impressive about the market today. Bitcoin's effectively at lows in red on the day. The market's, flat with a slight little bounce there off of highs. I still am the believer that we've probably seen the short-term top in the market, at least for a few weeks while things consolidate. Just would, seem like the smartest thing. S&P has suspended guidance. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Anki, that's what we're talking about. It could be just like a, very quick little trade, bounce, whatever, but it's not even worth the headache oftentimes. It's not even worth it. Boeing looks good. Dijon, we talked about this, all whistleblowers, it's official. They're gone. Hard to not have faith in a company like that. I mean, they're willing to do anything. They were going to get it sorted out. KLAC coming down. ANSS still getting hit too. Yeah, ANSS fresh lows. SNPS. Ouch. Hopefully this SMR turns into a failed breakout. He's not wrong. Russell Reconstitution notables. They added 4.8 million shares of TEM, 6.4 million shares of Reddit, and 14.3 million shares of QUBT. You gotta be shitting me. Why would they do that? Why would they add 14.3 million shares of QUBT? I mean, that's literally the worst fucking thing you can do. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about, V. The short bear. If a taco makes me lose a portion of my year, I would have seen it all. Jokes aside, what a dumb question. Exactly what you'd want to ask to make sure Trump pushes towards tariffs. Ironically, by reacting to the taco, he would only prove how easy it is for the media and alike to push him to change course and weaken his position. Right move would have been to shut the reporter down and minimize media while reinforcing that we are doing meaningful work. The short bear. That's too funny. I'm assuming that's because he got super bullish. Am I correct? I think that's why. Come on, SMR. Turn into a failed news report, man. Give me some failure. Yeah, CDNS, SNPS, boy. Talk about hit. Tesla. About to go make lows too. You know, I do not feel so bad for trimming. I was feeling a little bit like a moron yesterday. I was like, man, my impatience, you know, but really the action today is kind of telling. I feel much better for having trimmed. Taking some profit off the table. Arm still coming down. Back through the 200. Back through the 200. Oh, buddy. Well, that's not too good. And you could see what happened right when this thing broke the 200. Found support right at it, and then when it cracked it, straight down and no real bounce since. Yeah, there's nothing to do right now. There's nothing to do. Only thing I might do is add to SMR if we 620 here. To be completely honest with you. That might be the only thing I do. Add a few more. Otherwise, you know, I still am kind of standing by what I said earlier. It feels like today was the likely short-term top in the market, and we just need some sideways. So, not going to get super, super negative, but, you know, if I'm over here being stopped out of my Dash and Hims and Uber and Palantir's resting right against the 20, and my Netflix is starting to come down, and, you know, Hood's potential, you know, DTSS without more sideways, you know, and Oklo looks like a punch bowl of death, a lot like Hims, you know. What's a 620 setup? You should go to the scroll down under education and then go to 620 entry tactic. That's what it is. It's how I like to take some of my entries. What do you mean? The QQQ is green, but the NASDAQ is the NASDAQ 100 you're talking about? Because of the makeup of the stocks that are in it. And the QQQ follows the NQ, for what it's worth, if you're curious. So the QQQ is basically moving in lockstep with the NQ futures market. Yeah, it's not far off. Yeah, they're not far off. Man, they are really, really hitting ARM today. Take my strong hand. This is one of those where it's like I just want a GIF. Reddit 620 setup today would have been good. Yeah, against the declining moving average. I think, or for somebody said they said against the 20, but obviously it had gotten above that. But you go 1, 2, 3, 4 green days in a row. MSTR bounced off the 50 MA. Can it have room to the 20? Yeah, probably. But MSTR makes a good short probably on any good push up, in my opinion. MSTR is already acting weak. And if the underline's going to be going lower, then, you got your answer. Again, and I'm still the believer that the market has likely seen a short-term top. I don't want to get, I'm not going to, get aggressive behind that, but I'm going to start to make sure that as a group, we've got a few short setups, whether it's LTH or a Geo or, and I guess even Geo's being a little stubborn, but probably still going lower. LTH hanging on by a thread. Oh yeah, ARM rejecting the 200, much more liquid. When it broke through the 200, I mean, this thing was a pretty good short. 134 was a pretty good short. still slowly fading. Regarding Carvana, it had a 323.5 level that was resistance from 21 and 22. No, here's the thing. It's like, all right, let's just thought experiment it together. Why isn't that level so relevant to me right now? Not that other people don't see that level, but why isn't it so relevant to me? I know it rejected it almost to the penny, and you found it, and if that level wouldn't have worked, then you would have looked for a little level higher, or next level of the next. But why isn't that level going to be so relevant to me? Because nobody from that level who owned it there is looking to get out at that level at break even, because they've already been stopped out long ago. Does that make sense? That's supply from such a long time ago. Nobody owns it from there. If they did, it's the most undisciplined people who have likely, what blew up already. I mean, you held it all the way down. You know how many times they probably averaged down into that thing? But I do appreciate the question. But my brain immediately says 0% chance they still own it. Yeah, J2. Well, I'm glad my answer was fairly similar. When you're just going back too far back like that, then it just, it just isn't going to really matter. Oh, Nvidia got DeepSeeked again? I hope not. Their new model can run off of one GPU? Jesus. That's because it's open source, right? So they're just scrubbing the internet? I wouldn't go from 40 to 0. Here's the reality. I didn't stop out of Netflix, right? I didn't stop out of Tesla. I still own Toast. I didn't close TMDX. I still got KGC. I still have CLS. The only one I was forcefully stopped out of today was Uber, right? And I was also kicked out of Dash. And then I was also kicked out of HIMS for a peanut loss because, it came back to my average and I was already improving my worst case scenario. But otherwise, I don't want you to just start running ETS and just start clearing the deck, right? It's like, let your stocks work. If you're in them from much lower, like if you owned Hood from 35 or if you owned Hood from 50, I'm not going to just say, oh yeah, start closing everything. Everybody run for the exits. I'm not going to start screaming fire in a packed theater, right? I'm going to tell you, hey man, look, manage each position for its own price action. Like I didn't just start closing Netflix because I closed Uber, right? And I'm not going to start micromanaging every one of my positions. Each one of them have their own moving averages to respect. So, take it for what I'm telling you. Don't try to outsmart your moving averages. Let them work. If you get stopped out if I get stopped out of Netflix similar to how I did Uber, well then I'll get stopped out. But, I'm not going to just be over here, micromanaging these positions for no real reason. It's like, yes, I can believe that the market may have topped short term for a few weeks, potentially. And I'm going to keep a few short setups on watch so that, I can protect my equity curve. I can maybe make some money as my stocks go sideways. As, the leaders, finish consolidating, I still make some money potentially on the way down, right, etc. But I'm not just going to go start micromanaging all of my positions and, going from 40%. Because if I were to just be like, yeah, let's go from 40% exposure to 0, you might be cutting great names. And I don't want you to cut your great names from much lower. I want you to just let them work. You should be trimmed, right? Trim your stocks if you haven't already, but don't just start cutting them. Can I go over how and when I got into Netflix? Yeah, Netflix was one of the very first names I bought. So, if you guys were in the room early with me, you guys will know that I had Netflix on the watch list as an undercut and rally 854. That was the first level I was watching. The next level I was watching was over that Wednesday's high, so literally on this day, 415. But because earnings were coming up, I left it alone. This day right here, 421, was the day the market was coming down kind of violently. And you guys always hear me say, track relative strength, don't trade it on a market down day. And then the very next day, the market was gapping up and pushing out over that ugly breath day's high. And then I got involved on 422 on Netflix over prior day high. 1,019 as my entry, 1,004 as my stop. And that's it. Entry on 422. And that's it, literally. Stop, Joe. You were not bullied. And yeah, if you own great names from lower, let them work. All right, I'm not saying don't let them work. I'm just saying there are stocks out there that are showing, signs of fatigue, right? Whether it's MSTR or whether it's Uber, there's also some signs of exuberance, and it's hard for them to go higher. GEV, RBRK, Sezzle, Dave. I mean, that's gotten a little bit fucking ridiculous. So, including some of these fantasy stocks, right? Your Oklos, effectively, all the way from the bottom, all the way back up top. IONQ, same deal. So, it's like we've gotten a little, we've seen some weakness in some really good stocks. And then, we've seen some kind of cracks under the surface, nothing major, just a little bit of repairing that needs to be done. Joe, you definitely did not get picked on. Don't you say that, especially not bullied. If I were bullying you, you'd know. But there's definitely some cracks under the surface, and it's good to, pay attention to them. Like ARM, they're a semiconductor, right? Here's a crack under the surface for semis, right? Very, very subtle, but this thing is losing the 200 in a violent kind of way, and now resting at the 200, and all of these little higher lows are in jeopardy, right? Where it's like you could look at ARM and you would say, here's your low, right? Here's a higher low, right? Here's a higher low, here's a higher low, here's another higher low. Does it start to crack this low? And then those higher lows are in jeopardy. I know you were just kidding, Joe. But yeah, we don't know. Yeah, I'm glad that it helps, calm the panic. Honestly, like I said, we don't ever want to do things irrationally, right? And when the market gets either a little too exuberant, and then there's a few cracks under the surface, we want to, make sure that we've got a few setups for the other side of the market to take advantage. in case, things kind of start to come undone. Tesla. Yeah, definitely do not feel bad for my trims yesterday at all. About $2 higher. About $2 higher. And yeah, guys, it's good to go watch the video too. It's like how we progress from being long to potentially being short. And if the market starts to reward that side of the market, now I could have done a better job, maybe shorting MSTR, maybe spotting the weakness in crypto, like, maybe using IBIT or something. Maybe some of these names that were overextended, maybe some names that were already starting to act poorly. I wonder what Lily's doing. Yeah, Lily's just going sideways. I mean, this thing looks like it could break into stage 4. It kind of already is. DraftKings, yeah, I mean relative strength today, but under the 200. Don't let DraftKings fool you. Stocks under the 200 is no good. Yes, sir. You are unmuted.
Hey everyone. Hey, I'm looking at Lily. I know you said looks like trash, to be honest.
Yeah, it
like
looks
it's right at the
horrible.
bottom of the.
Looks horrible.
So, assuming we go down, I assume there's gonna be like a prime suspect for a good short.
It could be. Yeah. The only issue I've got with Lily is it's a little slow. Right. But
I
if
see.
the
You want a
market,
faster mover?
yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't mind something that's gonna go down because obviously you see how quickly this thing can move 100 points. But damn, it's slow.
Okay, cool.
Like, does Geo make a better suspect for a short? Do some of these overextended turds make better ones for shorts? I don't know. What the hell did they just do to my Tesla there? What did they just do? They brought it back down to my trim level yesterday. Oh, come on now. What are they doing? But yeah, I mean, Lily's fine, right? I think, if you were to flip this chart around, you'd be like, man, that looks like a pretty good long, right? You get your move down, you get some sideways. Today's a super tight day, so maybe under today's lows, call it under 717, and you could kind of even see intraday how this is held up off of that level. Maybe under 717, maybe even as low as, under 710, and this could, what's the double ETF for Lily? What? Double ETF for Lily? Oh my God. There's an ELIL? Oh no, they did.
Right. So the reason I'm asking this is because I don't have the option to short stocks on Robinhood, and while I can buy the puts, it's not. So I'm trying to look for something that's high liquidity, and I think Lily would be fine.
Yeah,
at least
you
for
would
people like me.
probably find some puts there. And then I don't know, because I don't trade them. What would you be doing, like next month out or something, 2 weeks out?
Yeah, like next month out. Yeah,
Like-
you have to go a month out or something.
Like 650s or something like that?
Yeah, the only problem is it's expensive because it's a big stock, so you got to have the capital for it.
Yeah.
Which is why, I think the ETFs would be probably a little bit better choice because they're probably more liquid.
Yeah, or don't short it, right? I mean, or don't. The next option too is you could, to protect your portfolio a little bit, you could tomorrow potentially look for a long in SQQQ.
Yeah, I already took a position.
Oh, beautiful.
With the low of day as a stop, so
Beautiful.
kind of ready for that. I've already started shifting more towards. I was neutral yesterday at the close, and then after hours I went a little slightly bullish.
Yep.
But today's fade is just pushing me back into neutral, bearish. So
Yeah, and remember, it's like this is the kind of thing that you've heard me talk about before, Cookie. It's like when the market's getting its ass kicked, what are the strongest stocks? That's what puts our eyes on Netflix, Palantir, Hood, Uber, Rubrik, Zscaler, Okta, right? Like all CrowdStrike. Like that's how we found those, because they were acting best when the market was going down. And then the inverse of that is when the market is super strong, what's starting to show some cracks under the surface? Well, fine, Lilly doesn't act too great, home builders don't act too great, solar stocks don't act too fantastic, and then even again, we talked about the geos and the LTHs, right? Do those begin to, and then it really becomes a matter of, is the market rewarding us for taking that short? Like, is it giving us a setup we understand? A simple flat base breakdown, a simple loss of the 50 simple moving average, a break of the 20, an earnings gap down, a high volume close from the earnings gap down, right? Are there setups that we understand there? And then if we're taking them, is the market rewarding us for taking it, over the course of 3-4 days that allows us to cover and then trail? And if it is, then you slowly start to, you're not really shifting your bias per se, because the way I like to look at it is you don't have a bias. Your portfolio has a bias, and its bias is to always get paid, and you want to do the thing that causes your portfolio the least amount of stress, if you kind of get my drift, right? And if that stress means, we're finding a bunch of short setups and they're working, or we're finding a bunch of long setups and they're working. And again, when the market's super weak, what are the strongest? And when the market's super strong, like it's been for the last, guys, the NASDAQ is up 30% in the last 6 weeks. That's fucking nuts. It's like, it's literally, it's been, and for most of us, it's been a really good 6 weeks, right? 15% on our portfolios, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. That's awesome. And we only need 1 or 2 environments like that all year long to outperform the indices. But how do we protect that to the downside, and how do we potentially make some money to the downside? Well, same way we got ourselves long is the same way we'll get ourselves short, and we're going to do it using progressive exposure, and then kind of, doing what you were saying, Cookie, which is, hey, I'm kind of neutral here. I'm starting to get stopped out of Uber. I'm starting to, encounter some pullbacks in my longs that we really had no struggle with like 3 weeks ago. Everything was just going vertical. So, you hear that, Cookie? You talk like someone's mom. Don't tell me SBAT still go. Oh yeah, I just see it just made a new high on the day. Jesus. What the hell is this? From $30 to 60? Did they do like a reverse split or something? Like, what's the float on this thing, dude? Oh my goodness. What is the float on this thing? What's the float on this SBAT, dude? Float. 630,000 shares. That'll do it. That will do it. Oh, man. Oh, CoreWeave, too. Fresh lows on the day. Dun, dun, dun. CoreWeave. Man, I wish I would have taken the setup here today when it lost VWAP right in here. $126 with the stop at high. Tesla got me feeling way better about myself. This thing's almost red on the day too. Almost a bearish engulfing too. If it takes out yesterday's lows, this thing goes down another $2 and that's a bearish engulfing candle. If you buy RGC, I don't even know that I would do it with 1 share. You'd still probably make money if you're cool with like just making like $100. It's probably got that about left. Yeah, CoreWeave, what a dump. Yeah, Bitcoin looking heavy, MSTR right back to looking heavy, Coinbase at the lows of the day. I'm not going to add to SMR, but part of me wants to. This looks like a failed news whatever it is, news failure. You get this little pop up, oh, news, oh, they got approval to build this fantasy thing that they're never going to make money on. Oh. Palantir. Yeah, CoreWeave, I just, I should have taken some. Should have taken some. Yeah, just super nice. Super, super nice. Yeah, I mean, Palantir's got the bearish engulfing Zen, but it's still hanging on to the 20, man. Still. Tomorrow, lose the 20, make them. It's on the short watch list tomorrow, for sure. And then hopefully at that point, we've got some traction in SMR, some traction in Rigetti, some more traction in GRR, and then some traction on the short side for Palantir. And I would officially have 4 shorts open. I also wish I had MSTR from like 410. That would be sweet too, but I don't. And I do have plenty of SMR, but I would like a little bit more just because I'm greedy. But Tesla looks like it's coming down quite a bit, and I still stand by my short-term top call. CoreWeave might be a little too far gone at that point on an intraday basis, but I thought CoreWeave had a better setup earlier in the day. I wouldn't go shorting this thing at $17 off the highs today. Just be careful with that. Yeah, don't short that now. This 620 setup in here was love. Or really even the break of VWAP was so nice. Boom. Or even when this thing went red on the day in terms of the daily candlestick. Beautiful. And broke prior day high. 124, $6-7 stop at high. Wish I would have gotten involved a little bit, but I didn't. SMR looking a bit like a news failure. Rigetti staying heavy with the quantum names. Tesla at yesterday's lows. Guys, that's pretty much it for the day. I mean, I don't really see anything we should be focused on. I'm not going to go chasing Palantir today, but I will look at it for a lose the 20, make the money setup. Just a really simple. So look at, your MSTR of the world, right? So I would be looking for a very similar setup to your MSTR. Now, I don't want a gap down, so ideally no gap down, but you lose the 20 and then you just start to roll over from there. Palantir's been a little bit stronger, but Palantir, once it loses the 20, no bias for me. I will just look to short it. Yeah, I saw that. Besant and Greer have been in touch with counterparties. yeah, I will 100% keep my eyes on Palantir for tomorrow. Core weave, keep it bleeding, keep it bleeding. Oh, buddy. A news failure-ish kind of day. Yeah, Palantir for the short if we lose the 20 tomorrow. 100%. I would expect it. Again, I don't know what the market does tomorrow, but you saw MSTR, and then look at Uber, right? Why couldn't Palantir do something very similar to Uber tomorrow, right? Uber's just kind of showing us the possibility of what might happen. You know, look what's happening to a CoreWeave today, right? On a name that has gone parabolic effectively. Right? You know, what's to stop, you know, a Palantir from finally coming down after a big 2-year run? So, yeah, I know it has a little bit of news, and Palantir doesn't, but you get the picture. Forget the news for a moment. And let's just, you know, talk about the price action. Right? The price action, even in a Tesla, you know, I mean, Tesla still looks great, but you get the point. Almost as bearish engulfing. Right? Super nice earnings for NVIDIA and kind of staying heavy for the day. You know, super nice earnings and an awesome move up for Apple, and it's red on the day. Right? Amazon flat, Google red on the day. So the market movers aren't really participating. You know, Bitcoin staying heavy. And Bitcoin's kind of been leading the move up in terms of quote unquote risk on. So, you know, I just kind of want to soak in what the market's trying to tell me and then just make the best decision. And I don't give a shit if it's long or short. I don't care. I mean, I really, really do not care. Right? I just want to make sure that I'm protecting what I've made, and that is locking up gains on the long side, and then, you know, trailing those on their respected moving averages. And then on the flip side of that, if the market is going to start to reward me, and then you start to notice some weakness like MSTR last Thursday, and then now you're down, you know, 50 points from those highs, and then, you know, you start to notice some weakness in, you know, a Spotify and not acting all that great, and you start to notice a little bit of sluggishness in Uber and some sluggishness in Palantir, and, you know, you start to maybe short some of the extended ones like Core. Like, if you're going to be rewarded through good stock picking on the short side, well, then let me be rewarded, right? And as the market, you know, just kind of does nothing, you know, and goes sideways, you know, you get this exuberance where Jensen Huang is saying, oh, this is the start of something great. Well, shit, dude, your stock's up like 1,000% in 2.5 years. What do you mean the start of something? Right? It might be, but not before some damn consolidation, player. Like, you know, slow down a second. Like, let's just slow down a quick second. Just, you know, a few weeks of sideways. Let these moving averages catch up. So, like, when I go to jump out of my window, it's like the first or second story, and not, you know, I'm not on the 12th floor. You know, it's like buying stocks up here. It's like the 12th floor up here. You know, a lot of these stocks, you know, Rubrik or Palantir, like GEV up 50% in a month. Like, goodness gracious. No, I'm not saying, and I'm not even saying that, like, I'm not bearish. I'm just, there's just setups to me, right? If Palantir loses the 20 like Uber, why couldn't Palantir roll over like that? If Palantir loses the 20 like MicroStrategy, right? MicroStrategy had no news when it lost the 20. It just lost the 20. That's all it did. And then it's got a date with the 50. Right? Like, why can't Palantir be somewhat of a similar setup? Again, no opinions. When I go to get into something, I still have to manage risk. I still have to take proper size. I still have to have a stop level. It still has to break my key area. I still need the market to cooperate. Right? Like, that's it. Like, all the other pieces have to align all the things that I can control. I don't focus on things that I can't control. Right? I don't know what Trump's going to say. I don't know what news is going to come out. Right? I don't know none of that. And I don't care about any of that. You need to focus on what you can control. AMAT losing the 20. AMAT was already a weaker semiconductor to begin with. Yeah, AMAT rejected the 200, on earnings 515. I mean, we're talking 2 weeks ago. This thing was already acting like shit. So, and then ARM's kind of confirming it. Maybe, just maybe, these semiconductors need a tiny little break. Who knows? I have no clue. But maybe. And again, I'm still, for now, until price action dictates otherwise, I'm still sticking with the thought that we have seen the short-term top. Short-term. I'm not bearish long-term. But in the short term, it's hard to be too positive when I'm getting stopped out of longs. My long traction has been kind of shaky at best recently. Again, longs have been pretty difficult, or shorts have been pretty difficult too, but that's because my focus has been in the wrong place on those. But, if we tighten that up a little bit, I could have gotten rewarded on the short side a little bit better. But yeah, we'll see. Like I said, no real opinions. We still have 2 hours till the market close. Market could just put in this crazy V-shaped recovery and then, we're off to the races. But, the ES, when I think about it, the ES printing 6,000 in the morning, and then you look at this candle today, I mean, it's just like, 6,000, and then all of a sudden, we shit the bed. So, I'm still of the belief we have seen the short-term top, short-term, not for forever top, and, we could just use some more sideways. I mean, guys, look at how far down we were, and look at this rebound. This is V-shaped recovery, COVID-style shit without the stimulus. 25% in 37 days? What are we talking about here? NQ, something similar? Like, my God, dude, what are we doing? 32% in 39 days. Guys, that's 2 years worth of price going vertical in 2 months. God bless us for able to participate in that. But, now we just, let's tighten things back up. Let's get SE tightened up. Let's, shake out a few names and rebuild a base. That would be best. And if that starts to happen, I want to, 1, make sure that I'm cutting my names that are stopping me out. 2, I'm letting my best names work because they're not stopping me out. And 3, I want to make sure that I'm proactive, having a little short or 2 or 3 or 4 as the market, kind of dictates and allows them to work for me. Yeah, AVGO. AVGO is one of those that you go, hey, this thing's still holding up really well. Let's just see if the 50 can catch up to price so we can get involved. Right? That would be the most ideal scenario. Let's just see. Because, yeah, even buying it up here, like, where's the setup exactly? Like, right through here was the high type flag. Buying it up here is the dip. When the market's kind of, I think kind of in like a little limbo spot and needs some sideways. I don't know. Bitcoin that led us on the way up is kind of just acting like, kind of like a nothing burger. we'll see what tomorrow brings. Like I said, I'll still have my long watch list just in case, but I'll also have a little short watch list just in case. And the market will tell us what to do. I don't have to do no guessing. That's the beauty of, just keeping an open mind and just telling yourself these are just setups. I really don't give a shit what the market wants to do. Right? I'm trimmed on my longs. I've made money over the last 6 weeks. I now need to protect it. And then if the market's going to give me some shorts that I can work with, I'll take those too. What I don't want? I just don't want chop. I just give me a trend. That's all. Just give me a trend, and that's it. I could care less. MU looks good. MU looks good. Let's take a peek at this good looking one. Yeah, I mean, MU is just going sideways here on decreasing volume. I mean, doesn't look terrible. But again, what's it going to do with the rest of the market tomorrow and the day after and the day after? I have no idea. MU's kind of running into this upper trend line. It's had difficulty with this 200 simple moving average. It's just trying to get itself above and establish itself above. But, we'll see. Again, no real opinions. I mean, I don't think that the market's just going to go straight down. But I just think that, some of the names that have gone straight up, and including the market, it just needs bigger digestion. And, as my thoughts yesterday, what else is there? What other good stuff is there to be priced into the market? I don't know. Would you rather buy on a breakout a firm of this shitty consolidation that's lagging, or AVGO from this beautiful consolidation that's not lagging? Would you rather buy a firm from this shitty consolidation, or Carvana pushing out of this nice little high type flag? Would you rather buy a firm, or would you rather buy CEG from that little tight consolidation above the 200? Would you rather buy a firm, or would you rather buy, I mean, I could keep going if you want, right? So like even Tesla yesterday coming out of its little beautiful consolidation above the 200. So it's like, yeah, it says like you have to like rank them, right? Like when you're scanning and you've got all your nice setups, and then you're like going through that, like where does a firm fall on the list? By the time you get down to, okay, yeah, I would buy a firm, right? You might be out of money because it's number 17 on the list, right? You're out of money. You're trying to get yourself into the 16 names above it. Would you buy a firm, or would you have bought EAT above the 200, a stock that never even lost the 200, right? And it also had a move up and a nice consolidation too, right? Would you rather have bought Affirm or Shake Shack out of its little consolidate. So it's like, that was above its 200. So you always have to kind of weigh 'em,
Eddie, come on, baby, stay heavy.
right? It's not always
Core weave.
perfect.
Ooh, wee.
But just weigh the setups in your head and like go back. Would Affirm or this one, next one, or that one? And all of a sudden you'll get to the answer that, holy shit, you know what? Let me just scratch Affirm off the list completely. Right? This thing's terrible. And then that's kind of what happens.
Oh,
And what makes it
Core
even
weave.
easier, you'd say to yourself,
baby.
is Affirm in a good group? Right? Let me just check what group Affirm is
Oh
in right
my, core weave.
now. Affirm is in data processing group number 90 for the last month. Right? Group number 108 for the last 3 months. So the reality is that,
And you know what else is getting its ass kicked? Spotify today. Surprise, surprise, laggard. Here's another one that if it loses its 20, right, guys? This one could also come undone. Core weave. Hoo-wee. God, I wish I shorted this one. A 20-point dump from highs. Holy scranoles. What happened? It's being de-threaded is what's going on, dude. It's getting unweaved, unwoven, de-woven. All I know is that the quantums are also staying crappy. Ideally, a little visit to $12 so I can cover a couple. Maybe the 50-day would be nice. It's fake ass Rigetti, but who knows? Who knows? SMR looks like a little bit of a failed move on that news. Yep. Yeah, this is why I didn't argue with Hims. Hims already lost the 20 simple moving average this morning. Where you going, Palantir? Yeah, who knows? Tomorrow. This one's on my radar. Tomorrow. It's only a day away. You're already short. You're out here just anticipating the breakdown, aren't you? You just have to do it. No, I'm teasing you. I'm already short a couple names. Rigetti, GRRR, and SMR. So I'm already feeling pretty good about that. I got 3 shorts on, 1 from long ago, 2 from yesterday, and then we will look to add a few, 1 or even 2 more tomorrow, and see what the hell is going on. So Very nice. No, it's not even I'm a short king. I just they call me the Lion King actually. I'm just kidding. No, but the reality is, man, they're just setups, dude. I don't care what direction they go in. I just need a direction. Tell me what direction you're going, and then let me get my money involved slowly in them. That's all I care about. I don't really care one way or the other. They're just setups, guys. They're going up, they're going down, who gives a shit? Do you at least understand the setup? Are you managing risk? I hold shorts through earnings. It just depends what kind of cushion I have on them. Right? Like I held a piece of my NOW. I posted it in the finish room. You can go ahead and look at NOW. Right? I held NOW. I had already trimmed some. Right? But I had a 988 average. I watched this thing come all the way down to 700. And then, you know, I cut the rest of it on 424. So, I absolutely hold shorts through earnings. Is Alpha good buy? Like right now, today, here? Like you have to own it right here, exactly this moment? No. It's not a good buy. If you want to know why, I could tell you. No, it's extended from the 50, but you don't trade relative strength when the market's going down. You track relative strength when the market's going down. You do not trade it. You just track it. Let it establish itself above the 200 first. This is day number 1 back above the 200 after it being below for the last, 9 months. So, cool. It's up on earnings. It's up above the 200. Fantastic. Now give me a setup I understand. High volume close, maybe? That's a setup. Maybe the market pushing higher would be helpful. So you don't trade relative strength when the market's coming down. You just track it, guys. You trade relative strength when the market's going up. Those are the rules. I didn't make them up, but if you want less headache, live in those words, man. Trust me. Like, you gotta trust me. Just believe me. Just track relative strength when the market's going down. You don't trade it. Relative strength is just a place to go get liquidity later. Rigetti. Yeah, Ted did hold through the earnings pop. We talked about it yesterday. Correct. That is correct, my friend. That's exactly why AS didn't work. Man, Netflix is really getting its ass kicked today, huh? Well, if this one loses the 20, I'm also out of Netflix. Brigetto. SMR. Let's go. Yeah, so my shorts are making up for my longs pulling back because my longs are trimmed positions. So, I just wish I had more Rigetti, man. I'm short, I should be short, double the size that I've got now, but it's all right. Reddit short working beautifully. I love it. I love it. You deserve to be rewarded for that entry and that setup. Yeah, IONQ is nice. I've got Rigetti instead, but yeah. Sign me up. These fantasy fake ass companies. But who knows? Market dependent, right? And it looks like I'm soon to get stopped out of CLS as well. Did my Tesla hit my stop loss? No, I trimmed half my position yesterday, man. I'm totally relaxing in my Tesla position. There's no cutting any more Tesla. So I trimmed some yesterday, literally right around this level, about $1 higher. So already trimmed, my friend. And now I'm just trailing. So there is nothing left to do with my Tesla. Just trail. Just trail. Toast still hanging in there. Got the 20 simple. Effectively my average, which is the high volume close, as my stop. TMDX, the 20 simple has basically caught up to my average, and I'm trimmed there as well. SMR is a short. Rigetti is a short. Netflix, I'm trimmed on the long side, and I'm just trailing. KGC, I'm trimmed on the long side. I'm just trailing. This thing still looks pretty damn good. GRR is a short that I've had for, I don't know, 2 months now, it seems like. No, just for now, I'm just kind of watching TMDX. The 20 just caught up to my average, but I'm not comfortable giving the whole thing back. If we start to lose like $124, I'll trim a little bit more, and then I'll get myself down to about a third position, and then I'll give it down to flat for the rest of my stop. Right? I'm not too comfortable giving back the rest of my gains. I mean, that wouldn't be cool. So Senna, that's a great question. Like with Uber today, as soon as it broke that higher low, I cut it right away. I waited like an extra 20 cents, but as soon as it lost that, I just cut it. So wasn't messing around with it anymore. You know, like even this CLS, we are resting right on yesterday's low. So, you know, this thing is awfully close to stopping me out. And, you know, I don't really want to hang around for too much more. But, you know, if it can, I'll give it a little opportunity to bounce here. But, you know, the reality is that I might stop myself out of CLS as well. But we'll see. I could use the 20 already, but I don't want to give back another $10. Right? Not like, you know, the $10 further down will make like some meaningful difference to my portfolio, but it's still some good money. I don't want to give it back. Spotify, 3.3% down day, and losing the 20 as we speak. I love the food. That whole album is awesome. The score, love that album. Seems like an appropriate song for this market right now. Core Weave, holy cow. Man, wish I would have put my short on again. This one would have paid fantastic. Yeah, Netflix, not that bad. We'll see what Netflix does. I mean, I own it from so much lower. I just got to respect my 20 at this point. I mean, no matter what way I look at it, even if I stopped out on it below the 20, it'd still be like 100 and almost 50 point plus win. So just got just got to let it work. MSTR could be starting a bear flag. I mean, it's going to come into the 50 simple moving average here pretty soon, and then we'll see how it acts. More importantly, we'll see how Bitcoin acts. But, you know, I'm right there with you. I think it could be. You know, any like signs of strength, I'll be looking for it as a potential short. Yeah, Uber is coming undone too, man. And Uber was, as Gil Morales would call it, a DTSS to perfection, right? 87 bucks, right? Today lost $87. Lost that higher low setup of 522. I cut it just below then. I didn't think to just go ahead and flip short either, but damn, I kind of wish I would have. And then you can go ahead and get a cover off near the 50, and then we'll see how it acts near the 50. But for the most part, it got its ass kicked and still getting its ass kicked, acting super, super heavy. Big down volume today, big distribution. So with a DTSS, who's absolutely celebrating. If anybody follows Gil Morales because he blocked me, he's probably talking about it as a perfect DTSS setup today. But, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, he's having himself a field day. And I keep thinking, a couple weeks of sideways here, doesn't seem like too much of an issue to me. Haribo issues major recall after popular gummies found to be tainted with cannabis. Is it really tainted? Is it really tainted though? Or was it enhanced? What's up, Doc?
Hey, can I tell a funny story now you say about gummies?
Yeah,
So,
let me hear.
5 minutes. I went to a medical conference and you talk to the vendors and they're all talking about meds and this and that. And somebody was selling gummies. Well, they weren't selling gummies, but I guess they were just kind of advocating for gummies. I didn't know what Delta 8 was. So I took a bite out of one Delta 8 gummy
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, man, this is nothing. So I ended up taking like 5 more, like Skittles. And I didn't know that 10 milligrams of Delta 8 was enough to like make you really high. I ended up like taking like 800 milligrams.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then like time started to slow down and I started to see different dimensions and shit. And I had to go outside and hold on to the earth so I wouldn't fall off.
Oh my God! It's
And
almost
then
as if you were like on some acid trip or something.
yeah, it was. And then there was a part of me, like the medical version of me, was still alive in my brain. So when I got to the hospital, I was arguing with the other doctor, like telling him, like, I need my Xanax. I know what I'm doing. Like, just give me the Xanax. But I was like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So word to everybody, don't do Delta 8 gummies.
That's too funny. Whoops.
Yeah,
well,
man. Don't do well with drugs.
No. I mean, I don't smoke pot anymore, so even I let it go. The wacky tobacco. I used to be a smoker, but I haven't smoked all year, in fact. So I'm not over here preaching that I've been sober for years of my life, but we finally put down the pot, got old enough, and just put it down. I know some people love it. I live in Illinois where it's like completely legalized, and I mean, I think that that's a good thing, but yeah, sometimes it just makes me unproductive, dude. Kills my productivity level. Man, they are really hammering Uber today, dude. Really hammering Uber. Boom. Smoked Uber. Yeah, we still have an hour and 15 minutes till market close. How did I decide to take my first trim on Tesla? So I was just trying to trail Tesla for as long as possible. But then, you know, we got this breakout on 527. And what made me take the trim was how weak the market was closing into NVIDIA's earnings. And, you know, when the market, so if you look at Tesla, for instance, if you looked at where it bounced the day prior, right, on the breakout day, it bounced right at this 358 level and then just started running, right, from there in after hours. Then the following day, right, it's acting kind of weak, and it bounced again right at that 358 level. And then towards the end of the day, it started to act weak going into NVIDIA's earnings. And what I didn't want to have happen was, you know, it to break that 358 level and then start to really roll over, you know, lower effectively. And then, you know, me have just watched something be 10, 12, $15 higher, but still took nothing off the table. So I just didn't want this breakout to then turn into a failed breakout where I'm watching this thing come all the way back to that breakout level. And I just wanted to make sure I got paid. Right now, obviously, it's holding onto that level pretty well, you know, between 355 and you know, 360 roughly. But, you know, it's good to just get paid, and now I can just trail it on this ascending 20 without really caring too much, right? It's like I've got this lower boundary right around 333, and pretty soon that 20 should have caught up to that spot. And then, you know, that's pretty much it. What made me not take anything off between May 14th and May 21st? Because it was doing nothing wrong and it was still above the ascending 10. Right? You see this moving average? If I'm like holding this and I know that this thing's now gone a really nice move in a short period, this is totally healthy. Right? This is just sideways chop. That's what leading stocks do. They go up, they go sideways. They go up, they go sideways. They go up, they go sideways. That's what they do. It's literally what they do. Go up, sideways. Go up, sideways. Go up, sideways. But I need to get paid at some point, right? So just making sure that I'm prudent to get paid. And then now I see this lower boundary at 330 and the 20 is catching up to that. And I'm just going to be trailing the remainder of my shares until, just like Uber, you close below the 20. And then if this thing stays strong, you know, hopefully the 50 will start to catch up to price, and then I can just use the 50, and then I won't mess with it at all. What would you have done if you added shares of Tesla at 350? So I would have trimmed some off, same thing yesterday. If I would have added some 350 and then it started to act weak like that yesterday, I would have trimmed half of those ads. Right? And then I would have just kept the other half at break even. right? Take some off the table, get paid. So like if you're saying if I had the 293 and then I added some more 350, I would have taken half of those ads off yesterday and I would have moved my stop up to flat on those ads so that no matter what, I couldn't lose money. Right, guys? I'm always looking to improve my worst case scenario. And I do it unapologetically. I don't give a shit if I look back in hindsight and say, oh, I should have kept it. I should have done that. Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I don't care about none of that. I want to make sure I get paid, right? I got bills to pay. You can't, pop up the equity curve if you just, watch everything come back to flat, right? Like I know some people are totally comfortable just holding, but I don't do that, right? I need to, if you bought something and then you've got a level and the market starts to act a little weak and you've got a big event, like in NVIDIA earnings, what if NVIDIA got smoked, right? Then likely the market's gapping down and Tesla's gapping down and all of a sudden you now made nothing, right? So it's like, I want to make sure I'm getting paid. When would you cover short-term puts on CoreWeave? You got them at 24, only 8 days on puts. It depends how many contracts you have. I hate answering questions about options because I'm not the professional at it. But if I were you, let's just say you had, I don't know, 6 contracts or something small, right? 10 contracts. I don't know how many contracts you have. I don't even care to ask you. But if you and you have 124, right? Look for a simple 620 setup. If it starts to trigger to the upside, right? Cover half, put your stop at flat on the rest. It's kind of how I would treat it. Yeah, you see? Yeah, okay. So that decay will get you. Okay, so there you go. But if you get a little 620 setup back to the upside, be sure to pay yourself. And then I don't know what your strike price is on those. And when the expiration is on those. You said 8 days, so like next Friday, I assume. 120s, I mean, you're already making money then. Yeah, that's the other option. Take your money off the table. This is why I don't trade options. Because then you can't just trail comfortably. Any little pop back up will totally kill your gain, even though you're still well in the money. Be right back. core weave staying a little bit heavy. Man, Uber. What did they do? Dude, I'll make a channel for the option degenerates in here if you guys want it. You guys just say the word, all right? No, I'm teasing. I don't want to call you guys degenerates, but you know, just call the spade a spade. No, I'm kidding, but I'll make a room for you guys if you guys want to hang out in there. And you guys want to chit chat about some potential options ideas, so that you guys aren't maybe clogging up the trading floor, or you guys feel like you guys have a home where you don't feel you're amongst your peers. Oh no, I hear you, man. Look at what they're doing to Spotify too. Phew. Shnikes, look at what they did to this thing when it lost to 10. Oh my goodness, and we've lost to 20. No, I can't. I don't blame you, dude. It was a really, really nice setup to short on. And I mean degenerate with full love. Wonder if they come for Hood? Maybe. They're kind of coming for it right now. Yeah, we talked about this. If you watched my video, guys, this is what I mean about don't anticipate the range break. If you bought Spotify yesterday and you didn't let it break highs, then you're still buying it within a range. Always when you buy something, usually you want it over prior day high. Usually. More times than not. But, again, it's no big deal. It's a lesson learned, if anything. Do I know anybody who made it big with options? Yes, I do. But, that's one person. Who is it? His name's Mike Palumbo. And, he's a man in his 50 years old, and he's made over $100 million in his trading career. But, not many people are like him. So, he's not some, kid on FinTwit. You know who makes money trading options? The people who teach you how to trade options. That's who. That's who. Yeah, snow knocked me out yesterday. No power. Snow got me out yesterday. Uber got me out today. Hims got me out at the lows. Dash got me out. CLS could very well get me out in the next hour. Hopefully it bounces a little bit, but you know, I mean, dude, we're like $1 away from my stop basically. Yep, Third Millennium Trading. The reason I know is because I dated his daughter. That's the reason I know. He was like the first person where I like learned what the market and how it could actually change your life, but he did it with options and yeah. Yeah, can I go over Uber and how I handled it? Sure. So I bought Uber as a 50 simple SMA UNR. So I talked about this on the 423 watch list. You can go ahead and look at the 423 watch list going into 424. I bought this 2530s. I peeled some into strength. I held earnings because it was well above the 10-day moving average, and I was already trimmed. And then, you know, it did nothing wrong after that. I tried adding some as a higher low setup, which did not work. And then I cut the rest of it today. I'm actually going to post the trade at the end of the day once I upload it from my broker, so you guys can see it. Yeah, dude, if you're slightly red and it's not acting well, like this, you should be out. I don't know where you bought Archer, but you should be out already. It broke yesterday's lows. I don't know where you own it, so I can't tell you for sure, but if you're telling me you're slightly red, that means you probably bought it today, right? Which means you probably bought a dip when you shouldn't have, right? Vlad, I'm assuming I'm right. And I don't want to rub salt into the wound, but this is how you learn, man. Yeah. Oh, a few days ago. Okay. Yeah. And Joby looks like it sucks. You know, we talked about this being, you know, kind of an SMR type of short. And then, you know, Archer, you bought it a few days ago at 11. So you almost bought this. You probably bought this on 527 then. Is that what you did? So you bought this like something like, you know, 1101 or something like that. And now you're down about 50 cents on it. Or you bought it like $11 and now you're down 50 cents on it. 10.90 even. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't make mistakes like that often, but I do stuff like this too, dude. Don't worry about it. Just cut your loss. You should already be out. Yeah, I 100% plan on focusing some energy into Palantir tomorrow as a short. 100%. Oh shit. I'm supposed to be doing this Twitter Spaces. Let me hop on.
PCE tomorrow, which is a big one.
Nobody
Next
cares
week
about
is
PCE.
Historically, one of the worst weeks in the stock market.
Oh, is it now?
Historical. It's jobs week. We don't have a lot of names for earnings. We talked about NVIDIA to death in the previous meeting, but it was a good report. It wasn't a blowout report. It was a very good report, in my opinion. So what have I been doing today, and what have I been watching? So I was watching for this fade today, and we're getting it. I did trade today. I traded around some things I had there. I caught Boeing. I've been in and out of it, making money, but I'm down on the current calls I have.
We're gonna be able to talk today.
AI, God help me. I made some money on that, but overall, I've been pretty quiet here. I just think today is one of those we don't know. Goldman Sachs came out with a note and said there's $89 billion that needs to be sold between now and tomorrow that is currently set up, and it ranks. Was it 89? Maybe it was more. I have to go look. I have to get my numbers right. I don't want to give you guys bad information here.
Yeah, don't do that.
But bottom line is, there's a lot of money that is scheduled to be sold between now and tomorrow night in the markets, and here it is. 19 billion, which ranks 85th percentile going back to 2008. Now it sells into the end of the quarter. So there's a lot of money that might be going out today ahead of this, right? So we're seeing that. You watch your big names like Microsoft and Amazon and Tesla and Meta, Netflix getting killed today, Apple. Apple getting destroyed. And this is not unusual here. They're probably selling some of these names only to buy it back at the end of the quarter. Remember, they have to refresh everything, resize everything. I'm not reading much.
Joe, don't get bullish because people are bearish. Get bullish because you see follow through in leadership. There's a difference, my friend. There's a difference. I am 100% focused on Palantir short tomorrow as a lose the 20, make the money setup, baby. Lose the 20, make the money. Very simple setup. Look at Uber today, just like that.
That's kind of where I'm at. I'm just kind of chill. I'm holding my long-term positions. I told you I dumped NVIDIA yesterday. I did not add it back today. I'm only $2 above where I sold it at, so maybe I get it back. Keeper.
Appreciate you kicking us off. Options, Mike. Stock Talk, did we get you up here?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Well,
Oh, stock talk. Boys, he's going to be talking for the next 20 minutes now. Yeah, I see that, SR.
I have a lot of commentary.
It's on TX. U.S. Appeal Court reinstates Trump's appeal during, I don't know, Trump's tariffs during appeal, yeah.
You guys know me. You know, when I start talking, it's a train. You know, you can't stop the train. So.
When I start talking, it's a train. You can't stop the train. He ain't fucking lying.
All right, we'll continue around the panel. We'll get to Stock Talk here in a little bit. Wolfie, I think you were one of the next ones up here. What's your take on everything going on?
Just FYI, while we're running through the panel, I'm just going to go take Leo out to B now. So just putting that clarification out there in case anyone calls on me. May not.
I'll make sure to call on you in 90 seconds.
Okay.
SE pulling back.
So I
Top
mentioned
5
this.
tacos.
Top 5. You know, I actually
Hood.
do have that list. I'll get it to you at the end of the
Yeah,
segment.
Hood.
I actually put one together last night. Just
Yeah, I'm
to
excited
hear
for
it.
Palantir tomorrow. Might be a nice
That's
opportunity
spoiler
there on the
alert,
short
but
side.
Taco
You
Bell
know-
is on the list.
I'm not saying Moe's has great tacos, but Moe's is definitely underrated. You can get Jimmy. I knew
Are you a Quiznos guy too, Evan?
I've never actually had Quiznos, so.
Man, what a move in Uber today. That was a missed opportunity on the flip short side, man.
So,
Lose
you know,
the 20,
I
make the money.
kind of feel like that if you didn't use the gap up today as an opportunity to like reduce risk or sell stuff or
Here we go. Wolf with the hindsight trading.
do whatever you want to do.
He said if you didn't use today's strength to reduce.
Kind of gamble at this point. So
Oh, now it's a gamble.
I'm when I give opinions or I talk about things on here, I try to keep it as general or as broad as I possibly keep it for.
No, I'm waiting for tomorrow, man.
As much.
I'll be waiting for tomorrow so I can short break of the 20 simple moving average and that lower trend line.
I try to find setups.
Right, I'm not missing the setup. I mean, I might miss the setup, but I mean it's on my radar and I won't miss it if I just take it tomorrow.
There's things that are like, you know.
So we haven't missed anything, is what I'm trying to say. Haven't taken it yet. My shorts are GRRR, Rigetti, and SMR. And Rigetti and SMR are both working lovely for me right now. What if it gaps down? Well, we'll have hopefully a few other stocks on radar to short. It won't just be Palantir. But if it gaps down and it's got bad news, then tough shit. We just miss it. This is a you gotta remember, man, this is a 40-year career, 30-year career, 20-year career. If we miss one setup, one trade, doesn't matter. Who cares? Right? Just let it go without you. Don't chase it. Right? I didn't re-chase Hood just because I got stopped out twice. It just is what it is. That's part of the trading world. Right? There's always another setup. There's always another day, always another week. The market never closes. Right? This is a long career. I don't need to, oh man, it gapped down without me. I fucking knew it. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Who cares? It's like, no, I can't control that, dude. You shorted Hood DTSS a few days ago but got stopped? Yeah, that happens. And then now it's kind of fading off today. And then that's like, man, you want a revenge trade and you want to get back in. But then tomorrow the market's ripping and then you're getting stopped out again. And it's like, dude, just take your setup, know your risk, know your level, sit there patiently, right? Don't chase stuff. Shit happens.
Tongue-in-cheek tweeted top 5 worst day for Trump just got rolled back. But I think what my fear is on the back of that is that he might have some more, more bite to kind of like prove it type thing. So for me, when I see gap ups the way that we saw, flattened out, had some nice movers, whether it be earnings or whether it be just things that run up. For example, I've talked on this space before a couple weeks ago. KSS, distressed retail, was a fan of it, went to earnings, gapped up aggressively, pushed up to about $10. I flattened out from the calls. It basically kind of gives me a now 35% stop on equity because of how much the calls have expanded. So that's kind of the generalized thought on my end. And then if you just take a look at just some
Cool, man. Core weave.
generalized themes, right? So take a look at the stocks. Strong NVIDIA AER.
Zen, I've heard you say this now like 4 times. And every time you're getting stopped out. Oh, man. Oh, it's too good. Oh, every little down take, you're like, die, baby, die. No, it's good. It's good. It's already closing a little bit, maybe below the 20, and then I can come in tomorrow, look for any kind of strength against 60-minute supply, and then under today's lows, I think would be perfect. All the way down to 120, I think would be a pretty good short, but I'll keep my eye on it.
Try to take advantage of some of these moves that you've had. There's plenty of names that have been mentioned in here, and then just some of these, darlings from a trading perspective. I'm not talking about the long-term capabilities of these names and these companies. From a trading perspective, some of these darlings that have run up from the April lows that pushed into
Sorry to
some.
interrupt. I was just with the walking over. This is just breaking right now. U.S. Federal Circuit Appeals Court has been.
Yeah, we saw that already.
We need time to consider the filings that were made by the International Trade Court yesterday. At the current time, we are blocking the injunction and reinstating the existing tariff policy. So they are reversing decision that was made yesterday until the appeals court can consider the filings.
Yeah, I think Em mentioned it during options Mike's.
Oh, he did. Sorry, I didn't even know. He
Yeah.
That was actually his question to you.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. There you go. That was the There you go. Wow. Good job.
I honestly,
That'll teach
that's a great.
Let's go,
That'll
Stock
teach-
Talk. Come on,
That'll
Stock.
teach you to go walk your dog, Stock Talks, man. You
Can't walk
gotta
your
stay
dog,
tuned.
Take care of your chores before the jobs. No.
2 a.m. is the only safe time to walk a dog right now in this market.
Oh, he doesn't get his real walk during the day. He gets his real walk at night.
That's someone that lives in Texas.
Would you rather?
That's someone that doesn't want to be in the heat. No, so just the last notice of these moves that you've seen him run up pretty aggressively. Take a look at Robinhood, for example. April lows pressed right up against all-time highs. It hasn't broken out. Anything that could possibly be negative. That's a short term. Not speaking to the long-term perspectives of the company or the fundamentals. Just from a trading perspective, they're pushing a lot of these names are pushing up against major levels, either double tops or fib retracements or downtrends, etc. So it's kind of like the overall. It's kind of like what my logic is. I just want to be defensive here, just in case. Never know when you're going to get the next taco.
Ariel, welcome to the stage. How are you?
I'm doing well, brother. How you guys?
I'm fantastic. A little confused overall, like I have been for a while with all this stuff going on. But what's your thoughts around all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of looking at the NASDAQ today, and, we're up 30% in, 6-7 weeks effectively. The S&P 500's up, effectively a year's worth of gains in 6-7 weeks. Kind of when I kind of just look underneath the hood and you start to look at names like, a GEV, an SE, a Rubrik, it starts to, and even Bitcoin, if you think about it off of the lows, it's effectively straight up off the lows with no real digestion. And again, same with an Nvidia, right? You start to go up 40% on some of these names without any real digestion. I don't want to get negative on the market here. It's just the reality is that this is exactly how stocks move. They go up, they digest, they go up, they digest, they go up, they digest. And, there are some periods where, things can get a little bit nastier. And, it's like everybody kind of, you see the NVIDIA earnings, we're gapping up, right? Apple's gapping up pretty hard overnight, and Amazon's gapping up pretty hard overnight, and Tesla's gapping back up after what looked like, some pretty mean selling off there. And then, all of a sudden, you come into today and there's profit takers, after a huge move off the lows, right? From $90 effectively. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that at all. There are a few stocks that I guess you would say were kind of flashing some red flags. An MSTR, when Bitcoin's at all-time highs, was acting weak last Thursday. Uber today, losing the 20 simple moving average in a pretty big way on a pickup in volume, right? Bitcoin today as well, not really leading to the upside, and showing relative strength as it's been doing. So there are a few things where you could kind of point to and say, hey, you know what? And I kind of put a tweet out about it. It feels like today was a short-term high, right? It's like, I'm not calling for a long-term high, right? Long-term markets tend to go up. But, it's like the ES is flashing a 6,000 print in the morning, and everybody thinks that's where we're going to wake up. But just considering where we've come from in such a short period of time, I don't think that there is anything wrong with stocks digesting a little bit longer, right? You've had some really big euphoria, whether it be in the crypto or, your CoreWeaves or your Hoods and Palantir, and, some of these stocks are still up 100% plus from April lows effectively. So, for some stocks to just kind of digest and chop around here, I think is totally on par for the course. I don't think that that's totally, out of left field. And even today, I kind of was saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to keep, some of these, even look at an Oklo, right? It made that big run up. It effectively, came all the way back, a few months ago. And then all of a sudden, we're right back up the right-hand side of the chart. And some people will be like, oh, this is a cup and a handle. It's like, well, hold on a second. It's never a cup and a handle until the stock begins to consolidate for a few weeks on the right-hand side of the chart. And, things just need to digest. And again, for me, it was like, is some of the air going to start to come out of a few of these names, right? If a GEV starts to come down, which is like kind of like your main player for the power generation. And, I don't think that there's anything wrong going on with the market. I just think that, like anything, things need to digest. The euphoria kind of needs to cool off, right? Things just need that cool off period. How long it lasts, right? If somebody wants to maybe play something inverse or short something, and you begin to gain some traction, and then you take another short and you gain a little bit more traction, and then another short and you gain some more traction. Like for myself, I tried HIMS yesterday, and it stopped me out this morning. I tried Dash, that stopped me out. Right, my Uber, which I had been holding since $75, finally came and stopped me out today. So it's like I'm losing some traction on the long side, but then on the flip side of that, if you're going to take some shorts, whether it be an MSTR a few days ago, maybe some of the euphoria and parabolic, kind of like a first red day trade in CoreWeave today, or maybe trying a few of these quantum stocks, effectively not finding a bid today. If you're starting to gain some traction on that side of the market, right, it's okay to maybe try to look for another setup and then another one if the market's starting to be friendly to that side of the market. But I'm not being negative. I think that this is completely natural and that the market is just going through a digestion period, right? Again, the NASDAQ going up 30% in 6-7 weeks, that's a year's worth of gains in 2 months. So, just digest some of those gains. A stock like AVGO still looks awesome. A stock like NVIDIA still acts really well. A stock like Tesla I still think looks great. Microsoft is still $10 and a stone's throw away from its own all-time high, right? There's nothing truly broken out there, at least not from my perspective. And I think, some digestion was just kind of long overdue. It still feels like, maybe there's some people off sides and the pain trade is still higher. But these dips, more than likely become buyable. But normally the first leg down, after a sharp move up is the steepest. So I don't recommend anybody go out there and just start trying to buy the first dip. Kind of let, price consolidate, and then, start to look back at, some of these stocks that have been leadership, and then to see if, as silly as it might sound, how is NVIDIA and AVGO still acting? Because if you looked at ARM today, you would be like, boy, that's not too positive for semiconductors. Now, ARM's not a leader, but, if you start to look at an ARM and an AMAT and an AMD, right, those are your laggards, so they're not going to tell you as much. So keep your eyes on the leaders. How are the leaders acting of any particular group? And if those are acting well, and they're consolidating above your key moving averages, and they're starting to even push out, before your market, that's normal. But again, for me, it's like Netflix has been one of my leaders now for 6-7 weeks. And, today it's like finally having a pretty nasty distribution day. So again, just looking around, this doesn't feel completely abnormal. In fact, this is like a perfect time to take liquidity when everybody gets incredibly excited. Jensen's talking about this is the start of the AI, of whatever the hell he said yesterday. And the reality is this isn't the start, right? It's like we're in a period of kind of euphoria where stocks like Oklo and IONQ and Rigetti are just ripping effectively these, low revenue to no revenue companies. And, it's like, and then the best companies in the world have made really substantial moves recently. So, we'll see kind of what happens in a few weeks, but I'm still of the belief that, for the ES or the S&P 500 today was probably our short-term top for a few weeks. And, we'll see again, as we scan the market, what's holding up best in a few weeks. Like I said, the first move down after a sharp move up is usually the steepest. And then price will, begin to build higher lows and consolidate, and volatility will contract a little bit, and then we'll take it from there. But, if we're just looking at, the biggest risk on, risk off asset, which, has been Bitcoin for multiple years now, right now it's just digesting, and there's nothing wrong with it. And, what happens from here is yet to be seen. But I'm remaining optimistic. I'm still positive, but of course I'm not going to get stubborn. If something like Uber is going to stop me out and break the 20 simple moving average, I can look at another setup like Spotify and say, that might be doing something similar. Or I could look at a setup like Palantir going into tomorrow and say, if this thing starts to break that little lower trend line and it's 20 simple moving average, this could also be a short opportunity to tomorrow. So it's not lost on me that, this thing could come lower and retest its 50 simple moving average, and then, maybe find some support there, similar to what MSTR has kind of been doing for the last few days. Maybe a little bit of what Uber's been doing today could be what Palantir is doing tomorrow, and that still wouldn't be too bad price action. So we'll kind of just take it one day at a time, and we'll let the market pull us in, whether it's with shorts or with longs. It really doesn't make too much of a difference to me. But we'll see what, how the cards kind of lay after a few weeks from now, because again, the reality is things had gotten so far ahead of themselves in terms of, it's like, there is no fiscal stimulus going on, but yet the market's V-shaped recovering like it's after COVID. It was insane. And there was a bunch of bullish euphoria, and it's like a good opportunity for some money to kind of come out of the markets. And I don't know who it was. I think it even may have been Wolf. If I'm not mistaken, somebody here was saying, there is some, or even Frank, I believe, saying, hey, there is some selling to be done. And I don't know if this is, kind of like your market on close orders or rebalancing. I don't know exactly what he was referring to, but, it's just totally.
It's Mike.
Oh,
it's me. It's Goldman said there's 19 billion left to be sold between now and tomorrow by the big funds, and that ranks 85%. So it's pretty high level.
Awesome.
So
Thank you. Options, Mike. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so that's who that was. And yeah, it's like, so some money's going to come out of the market after some humongous bullish runs on a bunch of these stocks. Again, whether it be an IONQ. And by the way, guys, when I think about like the IONQs and the Oklos of the world and these like effectively unprofitable, you know, low EPS, no real sales kind of companies making these 100+% moves, like, you know, IONQ up 40% on the day as if they cured cancer, right? That's not the start of a bull market, in my opinion. That's like what kind of happens at the tail end of a really euphoric run, and then, you know, stocks just kind of slowing down for a little bit, you know, while the IONQs deflate. And then, you know, your leaders will go sideways. You know, your unprofitables will start to round trip a big chunk of the move. And then, you know, we see where we stand in terms of leadership from there. You know, is it going to go into, you know, even these restaurant stocks? Like I've started to notice Eat start to look better, Shack start to look better. You know, so DRI start to look better. There are names out there of groups that are hanging in there. And then again, you know, is the power generation names going to come back to life? GEV going to continue higher? It's not just going to continue higher from here without some proper digestion. I mean, a big company like that being up 50% in 30-something days, I mean, that's just a kind of insane. And it just is totally, like I said, on par for the course for things to just slow down a moment. You know, everybody catch their breath, and, you know, we'll see where we stand in the next couple of weeks. And, you know, again, I'm not bullish, I'm not bearish. I just trade setups as, you know, they're given to me, and the side of the market where I'm gaining most traction is, you know, how I like to focus, and where I like to focus more of my attention on. If the market's rewarding me for being bullish, well, great. You know, I had names like CrowdStrike and Uber and Palantir and Netflix, Tesla and Toast and TMDX and CLS, and, you know, even a gold name like KGC. And, you know, even if I had to just kind of put a stamp on it, I'd say gold names look pretty damn good right now. You know, they're not acting perfect at the moment, but gold and silver names don't act too poorly. And, you know, even silver looks like, hey, if we get going back over $35, that's a breakout. And, you know, who knows what comes from there. So, again, one day at a time. Let's give it a few weeks. And when we revisit this conversation, there'll probably be a lot to talk about in the next few weeks.
Yeah, just following up on a comment he made where he said some version of like it's not the leaders that are performing lately. It's like a tail end. Yeah, generally in like the tail end of any time period move, like the further out on the risk curve and the smaller stuff starts to move, they move pretty aggressively, and then the value stuff that didn't really, you know, work as well or didn't really work starts to find floors. And I think that part's kind of important. Like, just take a look at things like GME in the last week, pretty aggressive, you know, blow off into that Bitcoin announcement, gave the entire move back. Again, I mentioned CoreWeave. CoreWeave to me is like the most momentum-centric name of the last month, at least one of them. First time in a long time that it's made a new high and kind of given back. And then on the flip side of what he said some of the names that he mentioned, just take a look at stuff like, you know, Pepsi, some of these oil names bouncing against major support levels, some of these other value names like Hormel and Ketchup, KHC.
Hormel
like
and
that.
Ketchup,
Also
love it.
find these like bids, you know, as we kind of digest and go sideways. I think
Rigetti, come on down, baby. The water's warm. Come on down.
From just a trading and a sentiment shift potential perspective.
I appreciate the thoughts there, Wolfie, and I see you over there. I also saw your message. Want to give it a test?
Good over here. We saved it. We're still here. I don't know if you guys got the message. We haven't heard from some of the other people up here. Gary, let's go over to you and see if you have any thoughts around the conversation so far. What's on your mind today, Gary?
Well, just correcting Wolfie, but ketchup is the name of the condiment. It's Kraft Heinz is the name of the company.
Rigetto.
Yeah, I call it.
Come on down, baby. The water is warm.
I don't know if you do it, but I have like all these.
Oh, I think Wolf Financial was talking behind me. But, you know, he'd be wise to agree with me. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. You guys gotta know, I talk major shit. I like to toot my own horn. Keeps me humble, you know. I think he trades, you know, something. You know, I don't know how much or what or where, or you know, whatever. Yeah, at this point they should just shut down the spaces. Everybody should just call it quits here. We should just close it down. That's it. Ariel wrapped it up. Well thought. Thanks for that, man. Shut down the spaces. We'll see you all tomorrow. Back again for Power Hour. Do I like hymns for a short tomorrow? I like Palantir a little bit more, but let me take a peek at hymns. Yeah, it could be that this is a little bear flag breakdown, right? You get a move down, you get a little bear flag. We'll be watching this thing to the downside tomorrow. You know, call it under 51 bucks. Got alerts set to both sides. Again, market dependent. Any pushes into declining or into falling supply, so aka falling moving averages on a 60-minute chart, we'll be watching those areas for some resistance. And SMR acting like shh. I knew to add a few more too, I just didn't. I had a feeling that news was going to be an absolute nothing burger. Here you go. Oh, they got approved for a reactor that they'll never make money on. Oh boy, I love it. Could have seen that coming a mile away. Who could have seen that coming?
by the time you get
And again, unless you're picking a stock that's going to be a huge winner, which I don't know, and they're out like money into that one, into reaching a new higher from, I guess. I mean, that one seems to be pushing around. They bought a company today.
CLS just teasing with that low. Looks like I'm going to get a chance to hold this into tomorrow. 20 minutes left till the close, but hanging in there. Oddity, possible DTSS. I think that one just needs a little bit more right-hand side. I think Oddity actually pretty decent. Yeah, I would leave this one alone. All stocks that have like had these really nice moves on earnings, just I don't know if I would take this. I mean, you could, and then obviously you got your level of risk, but I don't know. Is it worth it, right? Yeah, keep it on watch, yeah. Versus like, would you rather do that DTSS or would you rather catch something that flushes out like Uber today? And then you say to yourself like, okay, the two real good flushes recently, MSTR and Uber, what was the setup that got those to move? Right? The setup that got those to move was losing the 20.
Would you rather buy a firm?
I do think that the next, if you had to gun to my head and say, where's the next 500 point DSP, I would say it's now.
Just real quick, Gary, your response.
Yeah, I think that's a good response. Yeah. No, somebody said, my voice is great this morning. I said, why are you tuning into the podcast with a voice great? But hey, the content is good.
Appreciate those thoughts, Gary. Monative, going to work for you this afternoon. What's your take on everything going on? I know I've listened to some of your takes last night, but I was just curious. Have you organized your thoughts a little bit around everything going on? What do you have for us this afternoon?
So I have a few comments from what I heard. I do agree with daily stock. I'm a lot more like him. I don't work anymore. I manage my money. I'm comfortable doing it. I don't need a daily income from this. So I don't need to trade. I trade maybe, like you said, 2-3 times a week, and up to sometimes on boredom than anything else. My high conviction trades are probably 1 or 2 a month, and I'm very happy just doing that. I don't need any, I don't need to, make something on a daily basis. I was just listening to him say about Nvidia. So I got into Nvidia somewhere around just below 105, and I posted on Discord yesterday as they were going through the earnings. I sold 5% at what was that, 140,
Man. Totally wish I had another 50,000 shares of Rigetti. Oh well.
Followed up my contacts, talked to them, and I'm very comfortable that we're not going to, break down completely. And even if we do, my cost is at a place where I will add more if it breaks down. So that's, look, you saw a whole bunch of price target upgrades today, but there were nothing that is shockingly good. Everybody has the same opinion. There is another 10-15% left to run, but it might take a while to get there. There is still a lot of uncertainty. Nothing to do with the company's execution. That's the problem. If it was all within the control of Jensen and his team, the price target upgrade would have been much larger, right? Instead of a 10% upgrade, there would have been, price target ups of 20-25%, given, where their margin profile is right now, and given that, conservatively they're projecting to hit about 75%.
SRPT.
So this is sort of outside their control, which is why it makes sense to
Oh.
products here and not get aggressively on, right? Let it play
This
out.
is why you got to avoid stocks below the 200. Man, this thing got bad quickly.
With tariffs, it doesn't help Jensen, right? They
Oh, what a shame.
But also, now want to be clear, the company's execution has been flawless and solid. Just staying on that point for a while longer, I think it was Ariel that was talking about it. So Jensen did say very clearly that we are at the beginning of, of this revolution. He was not talking about stock price, right? He could care less. He was talking about the AI kinetic, which is clearly very, very early stages. And that's all he was saying. He does not talk about stock price, as he shouldn't. So anyway, just that, Ariel, if I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pick on you, but I just heard that. I want to correct that. That's all. But if I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. So just going back, I talked about it in another space yesterday. We are going to finish this quarter, right? It's pretty much done. I think there's a whole bunch of companies reporting today that would be interesting, but for all practical purposes, S&P's numbers are already in stone. 5% revenue growth, 14% earnings growth is just fantastic. Just for comparison, we did 5.2% revenue growth and 17% earnings growth last quarter. So even with all the noise we had, we just slowed down a little bit there, for consecutive quarter growth. And earnings growth at 5% is actually insanely good. The problem is when you look forward, right, the next 3 quarter projections are coming down as they normally do as we get closer to the end of the quarter. But we are pretty much at the lows of projections for, 6-7 quarters now. So projection for Q2, I'm looking at tax in LSEG, right? Which is basically, what was it? 3.6%. 5.8, 5.9% earnings growth. That is low. Going forward, 4.1% revenue growth and 7.9% earnings growth. 4.8 and 6%. So the rest of the year,
What's the reason most people fail at trading? Lack of situational awareness, lack of understanding a proper setup, and position sizing. I guess there's a few reasons. And then also style drifting. Like when something doesn't work for them, they go to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and they don't stay consistent with one thing. Like all of a sudden, if the market goes cold for a few weeks, all of a sudden people are like, I don't want to swing trade anymore. I'm over it. And then they'll be like, I'm a day trader now. and then not cutting losses. It's not, it's not having a real system in place. That's the problem. You have to have a system in place. I just got asked by TraderLine if I want to do a blog with them, a collaboration guest blog for TraderLine. Their new book is really good. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I'm followed by all of them. Ross Harbor and Nick Schmidt and Richard and Amit. So I'm familiar with all 4 of them. I know them. But it basically says, we've been following your work and appreciate the value you consistently bring to the trading community. We'd love to invite you to collaborate on a guest blog for TraderLine, something that could provide real value for both our audiences. Recent guest posts from traders like Clement, J-Law have reached over thousands of readers and helped spark some great learning. If this sounds interesting, let me know. Would be great to explore it further. Eat is fine. Needs a little bit more sideways, I think, but it's obviously green today. We were just kind of pointing this stock out yesterday, and it's acting super, super well today. And Boeing, they've gotten rid of all of the potential nuisances that could whistleblow against their company. So, Like I said, they've shown the tenacity to do whatever it takes for their shareholders. I keep making a joke about that, but I probably should stop. You know, I should probably stop fucking joking around like that. Yeah, I mean the volume's awesome today. Yeah, last 10 minute of the day perk. But you know what's getting no love? The quantum stocks, baby. Spaghetti. Yeah, the quantum's getting absolutely creamed today. I'm hoping. Well, we got 8 minutes left, so as long as this doesn't trigger SSR, I'm happy. I don't want this to be down more than 10%. So, but I am done for the day as soon as this day is over. Share some quick thoughts, get the video up, and then go take my dogs, start to think about what's for dinner, get my ass moving, go pump some weights. Kidding about that last part, but go for a nice little workout. Not going to lift any weights. Bitcoin. Yeah, buddy. I know Ronnie Coleman's voice well, dude. When I was younger, I was like, I want to be like him. Ronnie Coleman was the man. Hymns, yeah, Jack's hymns interesting. Palantir interesting. Hims, Palantir, definitely got a few names lined up for the short side tomorrow, for sure. Maybe even SMR as ads as a DTSS, even though I'm already in there. So, hopefully. Come on, Rigetti. Do not trigger SSR. Just stop right here. $13 sounds perfect. And then we can fade like just like this tomorrow. GRRR looks like a short as well. gonna keep it real. This thing has literally done nothing, and I mean nothing for the last, I don't know, 2 months. This thing looks ready to break down. Yeah, Tesla looks fine. Tesla's earned its breather. It's the most speculative stuff that's really coming down today. Nice to see the quantums, get beaten up here today. Nice to see CoreWeave after its parabolic move. I mean, I wish I would have shorted some. I didn't even need as big a size as last time. 5,000 shares would have been plenty. Super move. But, yeah, it's nice to see. Even Duolingo getting hit today, huh? Yep. Coming back down to the 20. Yeah, who knows? Who knows, guys? Guys, I'm with everybody else. I think I'm going to just post some of my quick thoughts, maybe things we saw in the market today. For those who may have missed it, obviously everybody who was with me today knows exactly what the hell went on. We'll cover some quick thoughts. I just want to get them down on video, and then I will post tonight's watch list video. Joe, I will be sure to include lots of short setups because I know you are completely bearish right now. So, kidding. Yeah, but I will have some setups on both sides of the market, ideally, and we will just take it one day at a time. If the market begins to pull us in on the short side, I'm not going to argue with it. And if the market wants to go ahead and reverse course tomorrow and give us a clean long setup or two, if I can find it, I will also have that on watch. But as of today, I was stopped out of HIMS. I was stopped out of Uber. And was I stopped out of something else? What am I thinking? Oh, and DoorDash. So we will take it from there. Appreciate you guys all for being here, and I will see you guys this evening. If you guys have questions, post it in the room. I'll always see it. I'm always around. So it's been real. It's been fun. Yeah, CoreWeave getting its ass kicked. And I will see you guys bright and early in the morning. Cheers.